Chapter 995. In the Qianyuan Sacred Ground. From the Sacred Lord to the ordinary cultivators, they all bowed down at this time, not daring to be the slightest bit rude. Qin Shujian looked at the crowd with a faint smile on his face. No need to be so polite, get up. Thank you, Emperor of Heaven. After saying this, everyone dared to straighten up. Qin Shujian's eyes wandered between Qin Yuanbai and Zhong Ergu, and finally fixed on Zhong Ergu. It seems that Elder Ergu intends to compete for the position of the Sacred Lord. Emperor of Heaven, according to the rules of the Qianyuan Sacred Ground, any sect is qualified to challenge for the position of the Sacred Lord. Our Yuan sect is also one of the sects of the Qianyuan Sacred Ground, so we naturally have this qualification. Zhong Ergu cupped his fists and replied solemnly. Hearing this, Qin Yuanbai's face turned a little ugly. Qin Shujian's sudden appearance gave him a bad feeling. Although they were all humans, and they were all from the Qianyuan Sacred Ground, the Emperor of Heaven might not be too biased. But the real problem was, compared to Yuan sect, there was still some gap. No matter what, Yuan sect was also a sect that was founded by Yuan sect. When it came to feelings, no one else could compare. Qin Shujian nodded. That's right. The position of the Sacred Lord belongs to the capable. If you have the confidence, of course you can compete for the position of the Sacred Lord. After saying this, he looked at Fang Xinglan on the side. Being stared at by Qin Shujian, Fang Xinglan's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly saluted. Emperor of Heaven. Although he was now the array ancestor and had a position in the heavenly court that was not much lower than that of the four war gods, he was still just an ant in front of the Emperor of Heaven. Qin Shujian said, Array ancestor, are you going to be a witness to this battle? Yes. No matter what, the Qianyuan Sacred Ground was once founded by me. Since I am here today, I will preside over this battle. Does the array ancestor have any objections? It is our honor to be presided over by the Emperor of Heaven. How could this subject have any objections? Fang Xinglan hurriedly replied. It didn't matter to him whether he was the host or not. If Qin Shujian wanted to be the host, then so be it. After all, he was the Emperor of Heaven. Offending the other party over such a small matter would be purely idiotic. Yes. Qin Shujian nodded, and then his gaze moved away from Fang Xinglan. The means of a genuine immortal are extraordinary. If they really want to fight, destroying a domain is a small matter. Although the Qianyuan Sacred Ground is strong, it may not be able to withstand the aftermath of the battle between two genuine immortals. I will supervise and preside over this battle to prevent serious damage. He paused for a moment. He looked at the two parties involved. You don't have any objections, right? Qin Yuanbai bowed. It is our honor to be presided over by the Emperor of Heaven. We will listen to the Emperor of Heaven. Zhong Ergu grinned. Originally, he was worried that if Qin Yuanbai couldn't win, the others would secretly use some tricks. Now that Qin Shujian was here, all the problems were no longer a problem. After all, the Emperor of Heaven was still on his side. From some of the things that the other party had done, Zhong Ergu could almost see it. There was someone behind him. His confidence was instantly boosted by a few notches. The experts of the other sects, as well as many elders of the Sacred Ground, now had complicated expressions. The appearance of Qin Shujian was completely beyond their expectations. It seems that this time the Sacred Ground is really going to change. In the crowd, Xia Kun's expression was calm, but a lot of thoughts surged in his heart. Originally, he didn't have much confidence in whether Zhong Ergu could succeed or not. But now, the appearance of Qin Shujian had increased this probability. Everyone knew. The first sect master of Yuan sect was Qin Shujian. Now that the other party had appeared, no one dared to believe that there was no bias at all. After all, this friendship had always been there. Moreover, taking a step back, even if Qin Shujian was really fair and just, then when Zhong Ergu was defeated, there would definitely be no danger to his life. Looking at the current situation, Zhong Ergu dared to challenge Qin Yuanbai. Even if he couldn't win, his strength wouldn't be much weaker. If the other party didn't die, he would always be a big threat to Qin Yuanbai. In this way, Only by killing Zhong would he be able to eliminate this threat. But Qin Shujian was here, then there was no possibility of killing Zhong. No matter how strong Qin Yuanbai was, he was not qualified to kill in front of the other party. Now, Qin Shujian waved his hand and saw the void vibrate. A lot of materials appeared out of thin air and then melted in front of everyone's eyes at an extremely fast speed. In less than a few breaths, the materials melted and there seemed to be a thunder tribulation in the sky. Get lost. Qin Shujian raised his head and spat out a word. In an instant, the thunder tribulation dissipated. In the Chenyuan sacred ground, everyone looked up at the sky and their necks stiffened. It was already shocking enough to refine a supreme treasure that attracted the thunder tribulation in a few breaths. Many people wanted to see how many thunder tribulations would come. In the end, with just a few words, the thunder tribulation retreated. Such a thing was simply unheard of and unheard of. Terrifying. This was the only word left in everyone's mind. Terrifying. It was too terrifying. As everyone knew, the thunder tribulation was so powerful that even a 9th-level immortal had to bear it honestly. True immortals had a limited lifespan. At the moment of the end of their lifespan, the thunder tribulation would descend. At that time, even a 9th-level immortal would die. From this alone, it could be seen that the thunder tribulation was completely superior to that of a true immortal. It was just that most of the time, the thunder tribulation that descended was not very powerful. The thunder tribulation retreated. It was not that the cultivator defied the heavens with his own strength. It was just the rules. So, ordinary cultivators were not qualified to command the thunder tribulation to do things. However, Qin Shujian's words made the thunder tribulation retreat obediently. In their eyes, they seemed to have seen an extremely powerful existence come arrogantly and then leave with his tail between his legs. For a moment, the scene was eerily silent. Many people did not know how strong the Dao fruit was. Now, the tip of the iceberg of strength that Qin Shujian had shown had already made them feel what it meant to be unpredictable. The thunder tribulation retreated. A platform had been condensed in the air and landed directly in front of the human emperor's palace. The platform did not look big, only about 30 to 50 feet. There were no patterns on it, but it exuded a deep and simple aura that made people involuntarily feel awe. This divine weapon, in the Yuan sect's camp, Shen Yuqing's pupils suddenly shrank. He was a grandmaster blacksmith. In terms of blacksmithing, he was already one of the top blacksmiths in the eastern continent. However, when the platform was condensed and formed, he deeply felt his insignificance in the field of blacksmithing. Chapter 996. Uncanny craftsmanship. A word appeared in Shen Yuqing's mind. Uncanny craftsmanship. He was sure, if he could comprehend 1% of it, he might be able to directly advance to the Saint Realm. Although, the position of the artifact ancestor was already taken. If he could advance to the Saint Realm, he would definitely be able to step into the true immortal realm. In that case, he would have completed his lifelong pursuit. However, Shen Yuqing also understood. Relying on his own foundation, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to comprehend such a method. The platform was cast. Qin Shujian stretched out his hand and made a simple stroke. It was as if heaven and earth had just been created, and endless mysteries appeared from within. The void stirred. A large array was quietly set up. When the array appeared, Fang Xinglan's pupils contracted violently. With his current array Dao cultivation that had reached the Saint Realm, he actually couldn't see through the clues of the array in front of him. It was so mysterious. It was completely beyond the scope of this array ancestor's knowledge. Fang Xinglan originally wanted to calm his mind and forcefully comprehend it. In the end, a feeling of dizziness attacked him, causing him to almost lose his balance in the void. At this point, he no longer dared to forcefully comprehend that array on his own. What kind of level has the Emperor of Heaven's array Dao reached? Fang Xinglan looked at the majestic back with shock and doubt in his eyes. Originally, he thought that the Saint Realm was the pinnacle of the array Dao. But when he really broke through to the Saint Realm and obtained the array ancestor deity position, he truly understood that the Saint Realm was just a starting point in some aspects. Once a cultivator stepped into the Saint Realm, he was considered to have broken through to the true immortal realm. Ordinary true immortals were divided into 9 levels. Similarly, the Saint Realm was also divided into 9 levels. Strictly speaking, Fang Xinglan himself was at the first level of the Saint Realm, which meant that he was at the first level of the immortal realm. However, with the support of the array ancestor deity position, the array he set up could even contend with a second level of the immortal realm. If he wanted to go any higher, it would be impossible. But even so, facing some powerful arrays, Fang Xinglan was confident that he was qualified to comprehend them. Just like the one in front of him. He couldn't even comprehend it. The gap between the two was a little too big. 9th level of the Saint Realm. It's still beyond the 9th level. Fang Xinglan was not sure. Qin Shujian was a top expert in the Great Thousand World and the most powerful one in history. Even the ancient Emperor of Heaven, Qin Kang, was not qualified to be compared to the Emperor of Heaven. Therefore, the limits that others could not break, being broken in this heavenly emperor's hands was also all too normal. This is the sacred battle platform. This emperor has already set up a formation. Although this platform seems to be only a few meters wide, there is actually a heaven and earth within it. Even if 9th level immortals were to fight, they wouldn't be able to break through the defenses of the sacred battle platform. There's also no need to worry about the shockwaves from the battle leaking out. In the future, as long as there is a Holy Lord competition, it can be held on the sacred battle platform. Qin Shujian said slowly. Hearing this, everyone present was shocked once again. Sacred battle platform. It could accommodate 9th heaven immortals. From the moment he started refining the sacred battle platform to the moment he set up the formation, it only took less than 10 breaths of time. To be able to set up such a trap in such a short period of time. Immediately, they deeply felt the terror of the number one person in the vast thousand world. After Qin Shujian finished speaking, Zhong Ergu took the lead and entered the sacred battle platform. Qin Yuanbai, I'll be waiting for you inside. After saying this, he had already entered the sacred battle platform. The scene changed and Zhong Ergu found himself in a boundless void. He couldn't see the end of it. Hiss. He couldn't help but be shocked by such a scene. Although Qin Shujian said that there were some differences between the inside and outside of the sacred battle platform, when he really entered and discovered that there was a void hidden inside, he truly understood how terrifying this method was. Not only that, in the boundless void, there were a large number of images appearing. When he looked carefully, he realized that these images were actually the scenes outside the sacred battle platform. Perhaps it was to match the boundless void, or else the scene outside would be too small. Therefore, every image was magnified many times. They were like gods silently standing in the void, looking down at him. This kind of method is really shocking. The bow of heaven and earth side. All innate spiritual objects have the imprint of heaven and earth in them. I have also seen the scene of experts being born in heaven and earth, but I have never seen an expert with such methods as the Emperor of Heaven. Creating a void with a wave of his hand is not something that a true immortal can achieve. For such an expert, the more he understood his own ignorance. With the knowledge of the bow of heaven and earth, he could understand that the void in front of him actually had laws. Once there were laws, to a certain extent, it could be considered a part of heaven and earth. However, the number of laws determined the degree of completeness of heaven and earth. However, even if there was only one law, it was enough to be shocking. This was because a real heaven and earth was different from a small world. There were no laws in a small world. It was just equivalent to a domain or a boundary. The difference between the two, it was not something that could be described with words. On the other side, after seeing Zhong Ergu enter the sacred battle platform, Qin Yuanbai didn't hesitate for long and directly stepped in. After entering, like Zhong Ergu, he was also shocked by the existence of the boundless void. However, Qin Yuanbai wasn't shocked for long before his attention fell on Zhong Ergu. What he should think about now was how to get rid of this opponent. If he couldn't even keep the position of the Sacred Lord, then everything else was just empty talk. However, Qin Yuanbai wasn't too worried. In his opinion, no matter how strong Jong-ergu was, it was impossible for him to compete with him. On the contrary, what he should consider was what Qin Shujian would do if Jong-ergu was defeated. Both of them had their own thoughts in their minds. Very soon, the void collapsed. Qin Yuanbai directly made his move. The long river of laws broke through the void, like a torrent that could destroy heaven and earth, bombarding the void until it was buzzing and trembling. The moment he made his move, he went all out. Although he looked down on Jong-ergu in his heart, Qin Yuanbai would not relax in the slightest for any opponent. Carelessness, it would only cost him his life. He had lived for thousands of years, so it was impossible for him not to know about these things. The moment Qin Yuanbai made his move, Jong-ergu's expression remained unchanged. Holding the Chenkuan bow in one hand, he directly drew the bow and shot out a spiritual arrow, bombarding the torrent of laws. Boom, the two forces collided, and the spiritual arrow was instantly destroyed. To this, Jong-ergu wasn't in a hurry. He drew his bow again and shot out over 100 spirit arrows in one breath. The numerous spirit arrows gathered together and were as dazzling as the stars in the sky. The galaxy condensed and collided with the torrent of rules. Rumble. Chapter 997. Who does the Emperor of Heaven think will win? In the Sea of Consciousness, Godslayer couldn't help but ask. Hearing this, Qin Shujian didn't change his expression on the surface, but inside, he gave an answer with his divine sense. Both of them are actually not weak. Godslayer was speechless at this answer. What was the difference between saying it and not saying it? However, he didn't directly complain. His attention fell on the sacred battle platform, and his tone was a little strange. The Emperor of Heaven didn't come here specifically for Jong-ergu, right? That's right. Qin Shujian admitted frankly. Could it be that the Emperor of Heaven is worried that Jong-ergu is not a match for Qin Yuanbai? If so, with the Emperor of Heaven's means, he should have a way to let Jong-ergu win. Godslayer said in a deep voice. He understood how important Jong-ergu was to Qin Shujian. He had also helped him many times before. Qin Shujian shook his head slightly. I'm not worried that Ergu is not a match for him. Instead, I'm worried that Ergu will kill Qin Yuanbai. No matter what, Qin Yuanbai has sacrificed a lot for the human race. If he dies here, it will be too much of a loss. He didn't have any bad feelings for Qin Yuanbai. No matter what, the other party had sacrificed a lot for the human race. Qin Shujian also saw the subtle suppression of Yuan Zong, but he didn't intend to intervene. Although Yuan Zong was founded by him, it didn't mean that he would always protect Yuan Zong's growth. If he really relied on himself for everything, then the existence of this sect would be meaningless. So, if he wanted to get rid of the decline, he could only rely on himself. If Yuan Zong couldn't do it, then there was no other way. The Emperor of Heaven thinks that Jong-ergu can win. He walks on the system of evolving heaven and earth. Don't underestimate him. Qin Shujian smiled. Evolving heaven and earth. Godslayer was silent. There were only two people who had succeeded in using this system. One was the Emperor of Heaven, and the other was Jong-ergu on the sacred battle platform. How strong was Qin Shujian? Godslayer knew this very well. He had been by Lu Xian's side since Lu Xian was still a diviner. Lu Xian's ability to challenge those of a higher level was indeed shocking. If Jong-ergu was really like Qin Shujian at that time, then it was really possible to kill Qin Yuanbai. Just as he was thinking about this, on the sacred battle platform, the battle had already reached an intense stage. Boom! Boom! Countless voids collapsed. In the face of this destructive power, anything would be destroyed. Qin Yuanbai's body was encircled by the rules. The dense power of the rules was like the life and death of the world. A palm strike was enough to destroy the world. Then he looked at Jong-ergu. He did not manifest his rule power, but every punch he threw out could destroy the void. This was a performance that could only be achieved when one's power was exerted to the extreme. I don't care how many rules you have. I'll break all of them with my strength. Jong-ergu laughed, but the attacks in his hands were frighteningly fierce. Evolving heaven and earth. Each of his attacks contained the power of a part of heaven and earth. It was very terrifying. Even if there were no living creatures born in his inner world, the power he could release with the vastness of heaven and earth had already surpassed ordinary true immortals. He threw out a punch. The rules collapsed. Qin Yuanbai's body shook and he retreated. Then, the bow of cosmos shot out a shocking cold light. The cloud-piercing arrow pierced through the void and attacked him crazily. In an instant, Qin Yuanbai was greatly alarmed. Without thinking, he took out a shield and blocked in front of him. Bang! The shield cracked. It could not withstand the power of the cloud-piercing arrow at all. However, with the shield blocking, Qin Yuanbai had enough time to retreat and not be injured by the cloud-piercing arrow. But not long after he retreated, he saw a huge fist coming toward him. Boom! He was caught off guard. Qin Yuanbai was directly sent flying. Outside the sacred battle platform. In everyone's sight, they could only see two people fighting fiercely on the platform that was dozens of feet long. There was no such thing as a boundless void. In addition, there was an array to block the fluctuations. In the eyes of these people, the two people fighting did not look like true immortals. Instead, they looked like basic realm cultivators. From the start of the battle until now, Qin Yuanbai was almost at a disadvantage. Such a situation caused many people's hearts to tremble. Zhong Ergu's strength is so strong that the sacred lord is at a disadvantage. Hiss. Even if he achieved Dao with his physical body, he can't be so strong. Yuanzong hid it so well. Many experts from the sacred grounds could not help but discuss. Zhong Ergu's strength was completely beyond their imagination. In their opinion, it was impossible for him to be a match for Qin Yuanbai. But now, it was not just a matter of being evenly matched. The side that could not win was completely suppressing the other side. Such strength, it was shocking. While they were shocked by Zhong Ergu's strength, they were even more shocked by Yuanzong's endurance. It had been so long. Zhong Ergu's strength was not exposed at all. Until now, when he started to challenge the Sacred Lord's position, it was exposed. In this way, Yuanzong's scheming was quite deep. Looking at Yuanzong's side, many people had smiles on their faces. Great, Elder Ergu, well done. Looks like the Sacred Lord's position will be returned to my Yuanzong. Niu Feng laughed, his voice was quite arrogant. The people from Nine Palace sect looked at him angrily, but with Qin Shujian around, no one said anything. Noticing the gazes of the people from Nine Palace sect, Niu Feng did not care. The relationship between the two sects was not good, so there was no need to hide it. Moreover, Zhong Ergu's challenge for the Sacred Lord's position was destined to be torn apart, so there was no need to waste any more time. Zheng Fang looked at the battle and nodded in satisfaction. Elder Ergu's strength is indeed very strong. Even if Qin Yuanbai has the support of the deity position, it will be difficult to fight against him. Since he has the upper hand at the beginning, there is not much suspense in the following battle. If there is no accident, Qin Yuanbai's defeat is just a matter of time. Once Qin Yuanbai was defeated, the Sacred Lord's position would be Yuanzong's. When the time came, being able to control the resources of the sacred ground, Yuanzong would definitely be able to develop to a great extent. More importantly, Zhong Ergu followed Qin Shujian's system. Even if he did not grow to the level of the Emperor of Heaven in the future, even if he only had 1/10 of it, it would be enough for Yuanzong to stand tall. With such a powerhouse holding down the fort, Zheng Fang also felt relieved. Hearing his words, the other experts from Yuanzong all had bright smiles on their faces. To be in charge. It had always been what they had been thinking about, but they did not have the chance before. Now that they had the chance, of course, they would not give it up easily. Is the Sacred Lord really going to lose? Although Yuanzong's words made the people from Nine Palace sect angry, they were also very worried. At this moment, in the sacred battle platform, the battle situation changed rapidly. Chapter 998. Boom! Hundreds of millions of miles of void shattered. Zhong Ergu was like the god of war descending to the world. His aura soared to the sky. Every time he punched out, the rules would collapse, and Qin Yuanbai would fall into a state where it was difficult to defend himself. It's impossible, how can he be so strong? Qin Yuanbai was now in a state of confusion. In his imagination, Zhong Ergu should not be his opponent. No matter what, he had the deity position of 3,000 divine generals. His strength was not weaker than an ordinary second-level immortal. Zhong Ergu did not have the deity position, so it was impossible for him to be stronger than him, who had the deity position. However, the truth was often unexpected. Not long after the fight began, Qin Yuanbai fell into a disadvantage. Until now, he had completely entered a passive situation. Whether he could hold on was a problem, let alone make a comeback. Boom! A huge fist crushed the rules of the void and landed heavily on Qin Yuanbai's body. A terrifying force burst out, causing the body of the sacred lord of the Chenyuan sacred ground to crack. He was already sent flying, crashing through layers of void. The position of sacred lord will definitely belong to my Yuanzong. Zhong Ergu took the Chenkuan bow, narked the cloud-piercing arrow, and directly pulled it into a full moon. In the dark, it was as if a mysterious force had been triggered, causing his aura to become even more vast. When the mysterious power was activated, Qin Shujian raised his head to look at the sky. His calm eyes finally rippled with emotion. This fluctuation, Da. He did not expect that Zhong Ergu would trigger the remnant power of Da at this time. One had to know. Da had already fallen in the first era. But even if an expert of that level had fallen, there would still be a mark left behind. It was just a matter of how strong or weak it was. During normal times, those imprints would be like rootless duckweeds, drifting aimlessly in the universe without any purpose, nor would they make any sort of stop. In the world, as long as there was a living being that was compatible with it and could attract the attention of the imprints, then the imprints would leak out some of their power, allowing the living being to gain all sorts of enlightenment and further improve on their original foundation. This situation was commonly known as epiphany. However, in the end, there were only a few living beings who could truly match those ancient experts. As such, there were very few living beings who could comprehend it. However, as long as any living being activated those marks, their strength would increase greatly. Of course, the amount of increase would depend on the living being's own level. If the living being was too weak, in that case, the power that he could control would not be that strong. Now, Zhong Ergu had drawn out the imprint that belonged to Da. The arrival of that mysterious power was no longer as simple as an epiphany. To a certain extent, it had borrowed Da's power. In other words, the power of this arrow was absolutely extraordinary. Fortunately, I am here. Otherwise, the Chenyuan sacred ground would really be in chaos. Qin Shujian shook his head helplessly. If Qin Yuanbai died, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. No matter what. When Qin Yuanbai was in power, he had made a lot of contributions to the Chenyuan sacred ground and the human race. If he died in the infighting, it would definitely cause dissatisfaction among the other sects. In the end, Qin Yuanbai and Yuanzong were not wrong. It was just that the two sides had different standpoints, so they had different opinions. At this moment, in the boundless void of the sacred battle platform, Zhong Ergu pulled the Chenkuan bow into a full moon, and a majestic figure appeared in the void. A wild and ancient aura swept through the void, causing mysterious lines to appear on the Chenkuan bow. In an instant, Qin Yuanbai had the illusion that he was being stared at by the Grim Reaper, and his heart trembled uncontrollably. I will die. Such a thought appeared in his mind. In an instant, Qin Yuanbai directly summoned the Rule Monument. The power of the Rule Monument was so dense that it was manifesting, as if it had turned into a terrifying behemoth, suppressing Zhong Ergu. He understood. He had been locked on, and there was no way to escape. The only thing he could do now was to use all his strength to resist. When the behemoth of the Rule Monument fell, Zhong Ergu's fingers that were clasping the bowstring finally loosened. Swoosh! The cloud-piercing arrow pierced through the air, and the majestic figure in the void also turned into a stream of light and sank into the cloud-piercing arrow. In an instant, the power of the cloud-piercing arrow soared, and wherever it passed, space and time were frozen. As soon as the powerful Rule Monument touched the cloud-piercing arrow, it was annihilated by an absolute force. Rumble. The rule monument dissipated, revealing the rule monument. Finally, the two bombarded together. Crack. The powerful rule monument, under the attack of the cloud-piercing arrow, showed signs of cracks, and was about to completely shatter. At the same time, the rule monument was damaged, and Qin Yuanbai's body was also struck by lightning. Just as the rule monument was about to shatter, a palm stretched out from the void and directly pinched the cloud-piercing arrow. Then, the boundless void collapsed inch by inch. Whether it was Qin Yuanbai or Zhong Ergu, they all felt as if the world was spinning. When the two came back to their senses, they were already outside the sacred battle platform. Outside the sacred battle platform, Qin Yuanbai's broken body was recovering, but the cracked rule monument was not so easy to recover. If it wasn't for the support of the deity position, that blow just now would have been enough to make him fall from the true immortal level. Looking at Zhong Ergu again, the cloud-piercing arrow had unknowingly returned to his hand, and the bow of cosmos was once again on his back. Just from the scene in front of them, everyone knew the outcome of the battle. However, no one spoke. Everyone's eyes fell on Qin Shujian. The outcome had been decided. All that was left was to wait for the Emperor of Heaven to speak. Under everyone's gaze, Qin Shujian spoke calmly. The outcome of the battle for the position of Sacred Lord has been decided. The previous Sacred Lord, Qin Yuanbai, has been defeated, and the current Sacred Lord belongs to the Yuan sect. As long as the Yuan sect is a true immortal, they can choose one person to take over the position of Sacred Lord. In the next 10 years, no one is allowed to challenge the position of Sacred Lord. After 10 years, those with great strength will also start a new round of battle for the position of Sacred Lord. We obey the order of the Emperor of Heaven. Everyone bowed and saluted. They all understood that these words had completely sealed Qin Yuanbai's defeat, and the Yuan sect's turn to become the Sacred Lord. The position of Sacred Lord had fallen into the hands of the Yuan sect. No matter who took over the position of Sacred Lord, it would be greatly beneficial to the Yuan sect. Looking at Qin Yuanbai again, he had been badly injured in the battle, and the Nine Palace sect had offended many sects before. Their situation would definitely become difficult in the future. When Zhong Ergu bowed and thanked him, Qin Yuanbai also took a deep breath. After easing his injuries, he also bowed and accepted the order. P.S. I recommend my friend's new book, The Global Era of Beast. Chapter 999. Yuan Sect. On an uninhabited mountain peak, Qin Shujian and Zhong Ergu stood there and could almost overlook half of the Qianyuan realm. I didn't expect you to have grown to such an extent. Who do you plan to leave the position of Sacred Master to? Right now, Grand Elder and I are the only true immortals in Yuan sect. I'm not interested in the position of Sacred Master, but Grand Elder is quite suitable. Zhong Ergu replied indifferently. After that, he seemed to have thought of something and looked a little displeased. Why did the Emperor of Heaven attack just now? If you didn't attack, Qin Yuanbai definitely wouldn't have been able to block that arrow. If it were anyone else, they definitely wouldn't dare to speak like that in front of Qin Shujian. However, Zhong Ergu didn't think so much. He had doubts in his heart. Then he would ask them face to face. For this, the Heaven and Earth bow was already sweating on his behalf. He wanted to remind them of each other's identities, but Qin Shujian was standing there and he didn't dare to speak. Although the conversation with spiritual sense was secretive, it also depended on the occasion. In front of such an expert, there was no difference between talking with spiritual sense and speaking directly. Hearing that, Qin Shujian wasn't angry. He just shook his head slightly. You'll understand when you reach my position. Although Qin Yuanbai suppressed Yuan sect, he did a lot for the human race. In the past, in the myriad race battlefield, and later in the extraterritorial battlefield, he fought for the human race. Although suppressing Yuan sect is selfish, everything has to be done for the sake of the overall situation. In the end, your goal is to hold the position of Sacred Master. Qin Yuanbai's nomological monument was damaged and it's already difficult for him to retain the true immortal realm. He will be in a healing stage for the next 10 years. Since you have successfully opened up your inner world, your strength will steadily increase. Qin Yuanbai is inferior to you now and he won't be your opponent in the future. Since that's the case, why are you worried that he will threaten Yuan sect? On the contrary, keeping such an expert will be more beneficial to the sacred ground in the future. If it was someone else who questioned him, Qin Shujian would have killed him with a slap. However, he was still very patient with Zhong Ergu. Other things aside, just the fact that he had opened up an inner world was enough to prove that he had a chance of becoming a Dao fruit expert. Thank you, Emperor of Heaven, Zhong Ergu nodded. Shortly after, Qin Shujian said, I didn't come here to compete for the position of Saint Master. I came here purely for you. For me. That's right. Now that you've opened up your inner world, you can be considered to have officially stepped into the system of heaven and earth derivation. Those who open up their inner worlds will have a lifespan equal to that of heaven and earth. Indirectly, you've broken the 129,600-year limit of a true immortal. In this way, to a certain extent, your lifespan will be as long as the heavens. Qin Shujian patiently explained. Those who have opened up their inner worlds use different methods to increase their strength compared to other true immortals. The strength of your strength comes from the strength of your inner world. The first was a minor kiliakasm, which corresponded to cultivators in the middle three true immortal realms and below. One was a medium-class realm, and it corresponded to half-step Dao fruit and below. The other was a greater world, and it corresponded to the Dao fruit level. Only by perfecting your inner world can your strength steadily increase. However, the time needed to complete the inner world is measured in millions or even billions of years. It's completely different from other cultivators. Millions of years. Billions of years. Zhong Ergu's face turned slightly pale. According to Qin Shujian, there was almost no problem with lifespan when it came to the system of heaven and earth derivation. However, using millions or billions of years as a unit to increase one's strength was too terrifying. He found it hard to imagine. He had to sit in boredom for so many years before he could make a breakthrough. How torturous would that be? Wait a minute, Zhong Ergu seemed to have thought of something. His gaze fell on Qin Shujian with a puzzled look. Then how did the Emperor of Heaven reach this step? He remembered. It had only been a few decades since Qin Shujian broke through to the true immortal realm. A few decades. He had already broken through to the Dao fruit level. In other words, his inner world had reached the level of a greater world. According to him, the time needed to evolve from a lesser world to a greater world wasn't something that could be done in a few decades. There are shortcuts to everything. Although the process of heaven and earth derivation is very slow to increase one's strength, there is a shortcut that other true immortals don't have, and that is a time formation. A time formation? Zhong Ergu was confused again. Qin Shujian nodded. As the name suggests, a time formation is a formation set up using the laws of time. A year in the real world is 200,000 years in a formation. Such a long time is enough to greatly improve your inner world. Although it's not easy to evolve a greater world, it's still possible to break through to a lesser world. Normal true immortals have lifespan limits and can't use time formations to cultivate, but you don't have such a limit. This is also the main reason why I'm here. After hearing Qin Shujian's explanation, Zhong Ergu understood. The Emperor of Heaven wants to set up a time formation for me? That's right. Qin Shujian nodded. Soon after, he stretched out his hand and an ancient bronze bell appeared in his palm. The Tiandi bell. The moment he saw the ancient bronze bell, Zhong Ergu recognized the other party's identity. He was very familiar with this treasure that had been suppressed in the off-world battlefield. Even though it had been shrunk many times over, he could still recognize it at a glance. To set up a time formation, you need an ultimate treasure to suppress the formation eye. The stronger the time formation, the more powerful the ultimate treasure to suppress the formation eye. I have already set up a time formation in the Celestial Emperor Bell. Although the flow of time can't be as fast as 1 in 200,000 years, it can be 1 in 80,000 years. In other words, if you cultivate in the Tiandi Bell for 80,000 years, only a year will pass in the outside world. The power within the Tiandi Bell can support you for at least 100 years in the real world. Qin Shujian explained. 100 years in the real world was equivalent to 8 million years in the time formation. Jong Ergu looked at the ancient bronze bell in front of him and his eyes burned with passion. Then, the Tiandi bell, which had been resting quietly in Qin Shujian's palm, rose by itself without any wind. It quickly grew to the size of a person and floated quietly in the air. I've already set up the time formation for you. Once you're done with Yuan Zhong's matters, you can enter the time formation to cultivate. Remember, if you want heaven and earth to evolve, the most important thing is for your inner world to give birth to enough precepts. At the same time, you have to be compatible with the precepts derived from heaven and earth. Only then can your strength increase greatly. After he finished speaking, Qin Shujian's figure disappeared from the spot. P.S. I'm looking for a guaranteed monthly ticket at the beginning of next month. Chapter 1000. Qin Shujian came quickly and left quickly. Jong Ergu didn't even have a chance to ask before the other party disappeared. Emperor of Heaven, he opened his mouth, but just as he was about to say those two words, he closed his mouth. Originally, Jong Ergu wanted to ask more questions. However, Qin Shujian left too quickly, and it was too late for him to ask. Then, he looked at the Tiandi bell in front of him. Time formation. Recalling what Qin Shujian said, Jong Ergu's eyes were burning. 1 year in reality was equivalent to 80,000 years in the formation. In this way, if he cultivated for 8 million years in the time formation, his strength would definitely improve by leaps and bounds and reach an extremely terrifying level. Not to mention that he would be comparable to Qin Shujian, there would only be a handful of human experts who could be compared to him. Elder Qian, have you heard of the existence of the time formation? At this time, Jong Ergu also remembered the bow of heaven and earth on his back. From the moment Qin Shujian arrived until now, the divine weapon seemed to have gone completely silent. There was not the slightest movement from it. After a long time, the bow of heaven and earth finally made a sound. Actually, I don't know much about the time formation, but I know that some experts can control time. But I've never heard of someone like Emperor of Heaven, who can make 80,000 years pass in the formation on the basis of 1 year in reality. 80,000 years was more than one. Such an array formation was simply appalling to hear of. If this came from someone else, he definitely wouldn't believe it. However, since those words came from Qin Shujian's mouth, there was nothing to doubt. After all, for a powerhouse of that level, no matter how shocking his actions were, it was still reasonable and reasonable. Gozi, this is your opportunity. If you can cultivate bitterly in the time formation for 8 million years, even if you can't dominate the world after you come out, the number of experts who can stand shoulder to shoulder with you can be counted on one hand. The heaven and earth bow quickly regained its senses and said. Regarding this, Jong Ergu was also clear about this. After taking a deep look at Tiandi Bell, he turned and left. Now was not the time to enter the array to cultivate. He had just won the position of Sacred Master for Yuan Zhong. Next, he had to deal with the handover. After everything was settled, it was time to start cultivating. As for what would happen to Tiandi Bell if she stayed here, Jong Ergu wasn't worried. It was the most precious treasure of the Emperor of Heaven. Not everyone had the right to touch it. Descending from the mountain peak, Yuan sect was already decorated with lanterns and colored banners. Defeat Qin Yuan Bai. The position of Sacred Master fell back into the hands of the sect. To the others, it was a joyous thing. When Jong Ergu came down, the other disciples stopped and bowed respectfully when they saw him. Greetings, Elder Jong. Greetings, Elder Jong. Elder Jong. Amidst the warm greetings, Jong Ergu smiled faintly and nodded in response. However, the disciples who heard the news came in an endless stream, so he couldn't maintain the smile on his face for long. Soon, he used his means to go directly to the main hall. Now, all the higher-ups of Yuan sect were gathered here. When they saw Jong Ergu, they all stood up and cupped their fists to greet him. Elder Jong, everyone, you're too polite. Jong Ergu's expression became more solemn and he nodded in response. After he took his seat, Xu Yuanming then said, Elder Jong defeated Qin Yuan Bai this time, so our sect has obtained the position of Sacred Master. According to the Emperor of Heaven, Only a genuine immortal can become the next sacred master in our sect. I wonder what Elder Zhong thinks about this. After saying that, the others' gazes also fell on Zhong Ergu. A few of them looked at Zheng Fang. To this, Zheng Fang smiled faintly. Before Zhong Ergu spoke, he had already taken the lead to speak. Elder Zhong's cultivation is so profound that others can't compare to him. If Elder Zhong takes over the position of Sacred Master, it will be a great thing for our sect. Between the lines, he expressed that he had no intention of competing for the position of Sacred Master. Hearing that, some people had regretful looks in their eyes. On the other side, Zhong Ergu shook his head. The purpose of my return this time is to clarify this matter. According to the Emperor of Heaven, only a genuine immortal can become the next Sacred Master. Now in the sect, only the first elder and I have broken through to the genuine immortal realm. But I'm only focused on cultivation. I don't think about other things, and I'm not good at managing the sacred land at all. So I'm willing to give up the position of Sacred Master to the first elder. At the same time, I hope that the first elder can lead our sect to the peak after taking over the position of Sacred Master. After saying that, Zhong Ergu got up and bowed deeply to Zheng Fang. This sudden turn of events caused many people in the hall to be stunned. Even Zheng Fang was stunned for a moment. No one expected that Zhong Ergu would really give up the position of Sacred Master and willingly give it up. After all, the position of Sacred Master was not comparable to the position of Sect Master. The Qianyuan Sacred Ground had developed to this day and was an existence that could compete with the Great Zhao Empire. It could be said that, currently, there were only two top forces in the human race. One was the Great Zhao Empire, which represented the imperial court, and the other was the Qianyuan Sacred Ground, which represented the cultivation world. So, although the Sacred Master of the Qianyuan Sacred Ground was not a Renhuang, he was not much worse than one. Moreover, the first Sacred Master was one of the Renhuangs of the human race. As a result, the status of a Sacred Master was extraordinarily high. Zhong Ergu was now willing to give up the position of Sacred Master, which was equivalent to Emperor Zhao giving up his throne. In the eyes of others, this was an incredible thing. Elder Zhong, you must be joking. In terms of strength, you are the strongest in the sect. I'm far from being the Sacred Master. When Zheng Fang came back to his senses, he rejected the offer. It was reasonable. He was not suitable to be the Sacred Master. Hearing this, Zhong Ergu shook his head. First Elder, you don't have to say any more. I've already made up my mind. Only the two of us can be the Sacred Master. I will enter seclusion in a few days. I won't come out until I make a breakthrough. The sacred ground also needs someone to manage it. It's reasonable for you to take over as the Sacred Master. Zheng Fang wanted to say something. Zhong Ergu interrupted him again. I've already told the Emperor of Heaven about this matter. First Elder, you don't have to worry about it anymore. When the name of Heavenly Emperor was brought out, it instantly blocked the words that Zheng Fang was preparing to say. Immediately, Zhong Ergu bowed slightly and then left the hall. The matter of the Sacred Master was almost finished. The rest should be handled by Zheng Fang and the others. He didn't need to stay here and waste his time. He left as soon as he said so. The others were stunned. Zheng Fang looked at Zhong Ergu's back as he left. The expression on his face was slightly complicated. Chapter 1001. After returning from the Qianyuan Sacred Ground, Qin Shujian returned to the Heavenly Court. For him, there were not many places he could go now. With the strength of the Dao fruit level, his divine mind could cover the entire vast thousand worlds. In addition, the demon abyss was destroyed. Only one Luo who was left running around outside. It could be said that there weren't many things that could make Qin Shujian care about them anymore. He returned to the Heavenly Court. He first gathered the gods and rewarded them for the battle of the demon abyss. Then, he announced that he was going into seclusion. The Heavenly Court's affairs were left to the 5 imperial emperors. Unless it was necessary, he was not to be disturbed. In the inner hall of the Heavenly Palace, Ju Tian's star map floated quietly above, acting as the eye of the time formation. With the power contained in it comparable to an innate supreme treasure, it can support the time formation for 10,000 years. Qin Shujian sat on the throne. The time formation was powerful, so it needed a supreme treasure as the eye of the formation to suppress it. The time formation set up for Zhong-ergu was like this. However, the Tiandi Bell's level was not as high as Ju Tian's star map, so it could not support it for long, only 100 years. Of course. 100 years was a long time. With the time formation, it could pass for 8 million years. 8 million years. Even if he did not have any foundation, he could make his inner world evolve a lot. At that time, even if Zhong-ergu was not comparable to a half-step Dao fruit, he could be comparable to a third-level true immortal. Dao fruit is not easy. Even with the support of the time formation, it is impossible to achieve it in a short time. Qin Shujian shook his head slightly. He was able to achieve Dao fruit because of many factors, which could not be replicated. Although Zhong-ergu also walked the path of evolving heaven and earth, it was not necessarily any easier for him to become a Dao fruit. Zhong-ergu has broken through now. Ningbo should be almost there too. Thinking of that cheap disciple of his, Qin Shujian's eyes flashed with golden light. In an instant, he entered the void and saw Ningbo sitting cross-legged in the hall. Ever since he became a god, Ningbo's strength had also improved significantly. He could see that the other party had already reached the limit of the celestial being realm. Even if he had not broken through to the true immortal realm, he was not far from it. The most important thing for the evolution of heaven and earth is to have enough energy to fill it. Ningbo doesn't have the red lotus of purgation, so he can't absorb energy as quickly as Zhong-ergu can. It's normal for him to have a slower breakthrough. Given his current state, he should be able to do so in a short period of time. Qin Shujian no longer had any plans to impart the red lotus of purgation to others. This method involved the truth, and the fewer people who knew about it, the better. Unless that day really came, he had fully grasped the true level of power. Or else, the red lotus of purgation was also a threat to him. In the past, he did not understand the origin of the red lotus of purgation, so he imparted it to Zhong-ergu and the others without authorization. Now, his innate wisdom had awakened. Qin Shujian already understood the importance of the red lotus of purgation. Even if he had broken through to the Dao fruit realm, he did not dare to underestimate the true level of power. That kind of existence. It was completely above falsehood. It was like the gap between the celestial essence of a true immortal and the celestial essence of a celestial being, and it was much bigger than that. This time, you will also enter the inner world with me to cultivate in seclusion. Retracting his gaze, Qin Shujian's calm voice sounded in the hall. In the sea of consciousness. The Godslayer's voice sounded. No one dares to disobey the orders of the Emperor of Heaven. You have reached the level of the 8 tribulations Zhu Bing. If you follow me into the inner world, you may be able to accumulate the power to break through to the 9 tribulations Zhu Bing with the help of the power of the time formation. Qin Shujian said calmly. Before the inner world was promoted to the greater 1,000, there was no way to accommodate a powerful Zhu Bing like the Godslayer. But with the promotion of the inner world, the status of the heaven and earth had been greatly improved. In this way, it was no longer a problem to accommodate Zhu Bing. The upgrade of any ancestral armament would require accumulation over a long period of time. Without sufficient accumulation, even if one were to call upon the descent of the lightning tribulation, one would only end up failing the lightning tribulation and dying. Only with a strong foundation could there be hope of passing the tribulation successfully. In the current era, there had never been a 9 tribulations Zhu Bing. It could be seen how difficult it was for a 9 tribulations Zhu Bing to appear. Moreover, Qin Shujian now had other plans. Zhu Bing, to put it bluntly, it was a combination of faith. Ancestral armaments would only become powerful if the faith they carried was strong enough. If the faith was weak, Zhu Bing's power would also decrease. In this way, the real determinant of Zhu Bing's strength lay in the faith. I plan to let all the humans in the inner world worship you. In this way, the power of faith in you will be greatly enhanced, and the possibility of breaking through and passing the tribulation will be greatly increased. Qin Shujian said. After a long time of development in the inner world, the number of humans was already quite large. In terms of numbers, there was no way to compare with the humans in the eastern continent. But there was one thing to know. In the Great Kiliakasm, even though he was the heavenly emperor, he was unable to force all of the humans to worship the god-slaying saber. The reason for that was because the god-slaying saber was not the only ancestral armament in the human race. But the inner world was different. All the creatures in the inner world were created by Qin Shujian. The human race. They were also part of all the creatures. If he showed his divinity in front of the people, he could make all the humans in the inner world worship the godslayer. Hearing this, the god-slaying saber's mind was shaken and its tone became agitated. Is what the Emperor of Heaven said true? If he could make all the humans in the inner world worship him, it would be a great opportunity. Because he had never received all the faith of the humans. Even when he was born, he only received the faith of a human tribe. It was extremely difficult to truly collect the faith of a human race. After all, there was more than one Zhu Bing in the human race. Furthermore, not every human would acknowledge his existence. In this case, it would be more difficult to collect the faith of a human race. However, the inner world was different. Qin Shujian was equivalent to a creator in the inner world. If he wanted the entire human tribe to believe in him, the human tribe wouldn't refuse. After the excitement, the Godslayer quickly calmed down and gave a guarantee. If the Emperor of Heaven can make all the faith of the humans in the inner world give to me, then I can definitely advance to the level of the 9 tribulations Zhu Bing. He was full of confidence now. With such conditions, if he could not advance, then he was worse than a pig. Chapter 1002. In the Inner World. The conflict between the 10,000 races continued. After the heaven and earth opened the ascending space, the upper 3 true immortals of the various large races appeared one after another. It was also because of the appearance of the upper 3 true immortals that the middle 3 true immortals were no longer the top combat strength, causing some races to enter a stage of decline. The world changed. Not only did it not ease the conflict between the 10,000 races, but it also became even more intense. In the yellow sand plains, the 2 races were fighting. Some heavenly beings manifested their Dharma aspects, causing the space to tremble non-stop. There were also divine martial artists who fought fiercely. Kill. Dragons dare to invade the human race. They deserve to be killed. The space collapsed, and a majestic figure stepped out from it. He struck out with his palm, and the power of rules lingered on it. Everywhere it passed, everything turned into nothingness. Some dragons could not dodge in time and were turned into a bloody mist by that palm. Roar. A shocking dragon roar sounded, shaking the void. Then, the space in front of him shattered like porcelain, and a 100,000 feet true dragon rushed out from it, directly charging toward that human expert. A dignified true immortal attacking a heavenly being is simply embarrassing. Today, I will kill you here and prove to the 10,000 races that the human race is useless. Arrogant. The human true immortal sneered disdainfully. Looking at the attacking true dragon, he was not afraid at all. They were all true immortals, so what was there to be afraid of? The moment they attacked, the momentum was earth-shattering. A battle between true immortals, no matter which world it was an existence that could destroy the world. Just the aftermath of the battle between the two was not something that other cultivators could withstand. The cultivators of the human race and the dragons all consciously retreated, leaving enough space for the 2 true immortals to fight. While the 2 true immortals were fighting, the other races around the yellow sand plains were trembling. The experts of the races did not dare to move at all. The humans and the dragons are fighting again. The strength of the 2 races is really strong. Just a random true immortal is already so powerful. When will our race be able to have such a foundation? I only hope that they won't spread here. The emperors of those races looked up at the battle between the 2 true immortals with despair on their faces. This was the difference between the strong and the weak. In the powerful races, ordinary true immortals were considered experts, but they were far from the top. Any powerful race could send out quite a number of true immortals in battle. Then, he looked at the weak races. To be able to give birth to a true immortal was already an extremely fortunate thing. Those races. Only their sovereigns were true immortal level experts. Apart from them, it was extremely difficult for ordinary clansmen to ascend to true immortal level. Furthermore, even if they were barely able to join the ranks of true immortals, in terms of true battle prowess, they were still inferior to the true immortals of major clans. This was because the true immortals of the major clans were able to possess even more supreme treasures. Naturally, their strength would be even more astonishing. Boom! Boom! As the two true immortals fought, each of their attacks caused the void to crack. Destructive shockwaves swept out in all directions like a tidal wave. All the living beings that were touched by the shockwaves were completely annihilated before they could even cry out in agony. Blade, come! The true immortal of the human clan bellowed. A long saber flashing with blue light pierced through the air and fell into his hand in a flash. The long saber slashed down, and the saber light obliterated the world. A carnate spirit treasure. Dragon Jinxian's expression changed slightly. He opened his mouth and spat out the dragon pearl in his abdomen, which collided with the saber light. Boom! The two forces collided and both were obliterated into nothingness. At this moment, the void shattered again and another true immortal of the human clan walked out from it. His palm pressed down, seemingly encompassing the space within a radius of 1,000,000 miles. It carried with it a boundless might as it pressed down on the true immortal of the dragon clan. It was just one palm. Caught off guard, Dragon Jinxian was sent crashing down. The scales all over his body cracked, and golden blood flowed endlessly from his wounds. How dare you ambush us, human? Humans should be killed. The other true immortals of the dragon's side appeared one after another, and terrifying attacks came crashing down in an instant. At the same time, many true immortals of the human clan also appeared. What had started as a battle between two true immortals suddenly turned into a chaotic battle between more than 20 of them. At that moment, the ripples caused by the true immortals' attacks could be described as apocalyptic. The entire yellow sand plains was covered in the ripples. Many of the weaker true immortals in the vicinity of the battle were obliterated by the ripples. Fall back. Shocked and furious, the true immortals no longer cared about offending the two true immortals. They unleashed their greatest power to stop the ripples that could destroy their race. The true immortals of that race retreated as quickly as they could. Boom! The true immortal retreated, coughing up blood. Though he was a true immortal, he was only a true immortal of the lower 3 levels. Among the 20 or so true immortals fighting, there was no lack of true immortals in the middle 3 levels. Even a true immortal would find it difficult to withstand the destructive ripples. It's over. The true immortal coughed up blood as he looked at the ripples sweeping toward him once more. Despair filled his eyes. Given the strength of his race, they would surely be wiped out if they were caught in the ripples. This was the tragedy of a true immortal. Even if they didn't take the initiative to participate, they couldn't protect themselves. Sometimes, the ripples of a battle could cause an entire race to disappear completely. Just as he thought that his clan was about to be wiped out, a cool breeze suddenly blew across the world. All the destructive power that had spread over instantly disappeared into nothingness. The true immortal was stunned. He immediately looked in another direction and called out loudly, "May I ask which expert helped us? Please come out and meet me." He was certain. There must be an expert secretly protecting his race. Otherwise, the ripples wouldn't have disappeared so mysteriously. After he spoke, a green-robed man appeared beside the true immortal at some point in time. Cha Ju of the fallen race. "Greetings, senior. May I ask your name?" The true immortal of the fallen race bowed respectfully. Though the person in front of him looked like a human, there were many experts in the world who transformed into human form. Thus, he didn't think this green-robed man was truly a human. Looking at the true immortal of the fallen, Qin Shujian smiled faintly. "There's no need for you to ask so much about my name. I helped you out of my own free will, so you don't have to take it to heart." Take your people and leave this place. The battle might be even more intense later. Thank you for your help, Senior. If you need my fallen race's help in the future, my race will definitely do our best to help. Qin Shujian's words caused the true immortal of the fallen's heart to beat wildly. He didn't dare to hesitate any longer. After hurriedly saying those words, he led his people away. Chapter 1003. Qin Shujian shook his head slightly as he watched the fallen race leave. Then, he turned his gaze back to the battlefield. Him lending a hand to the fallen race was truly just a casual action. For Qin Shujian, he had the same relationship with all living beings in his inner world. Even though he was born into the human race and was more inclined towards the human race, in all seriousness, he had created all of them, regardless of whether they were human or not. To put it simply, that was, they were all his flesh. Unless they provoked him, Qin Shujian would rarely kill them. Just like now. The fallen race was weak and was about to be destroyed in the aftermath of the battle. Thus, he decided to help them. The weak were pitiful. Qin Shujian was also giving them a chance. Whether these weaklings could rise up in the future would depend on their own luck. What a pity. It only depends on the luck of this race. Unless there is a huge change in the future, it will be very difficult for them to achieve anything. Qin Shujian shook his head. A race's luck could be used to determine its strength and future potential. At least from the looks of it, the fallen race's luck was very low. They were destined to not produce any powerhouses. Unless one day, the fallen race could change their fate and perhaps have a chance to soar into the sky. However, how could it be easy to change one's fate? However, Qin Shujian could help the fallen race change their fate if he acted on his own. However, he had no intention of interfering with the development of a race. Saving them was only to prevent the fallen race from being annihilated without a trace. But, helping them, it did not mean that he would help a race change their fate. Between the two, there was a big difference. At this moment, true immortals from both the human race and the dragons joined the battle. It was originally a small-scale conflict, but it had directly evolved into a battle between true immortals. The inner world is developing really quickly. It can produce so many true immortals in such a short time. Godslayer could not help but sigh. True immortals from the two races appeared in such a short time. If the true immortals from all the races were counted, then the number of true immortals would definitely reach a shocking level. Then, he looked at the great wide world. In the ancient times, when the myriad races were at their peak, they probably couldn't produce so many true immortals. Qin Shujian wasn't too surprised by Godslayer's surprise. When a heaven and earth are just born, it is the time when a heaven and earth are at their strongest. The number of experts born at this time will be the highest. Even if more experts appear later on, it will be very difficult for them to match this time. The opportunity of heaven and earth. They were all piled up in front. What was this? Most of the top experts came from the time when the heavens and earth were created. It wasn't because those experts had lived for a long time, but because those experts had obtained resources that ordinary people didn't have at that time. However, although the battle was fierce, it was nothing to Qin Shujian. Standing in the former territory of the fallen race, neither the human race nor Dragon Jinxian had discovered his existence. Emperor of Heaven, which clan do you think will win? The human race. Qin Shujian pondered for a moment and gave an answer. The human race. Godslayer was surprised. In his opinion, he couldn't tell who was stronger or weaker in the current confrontation between the two races. Qin Shujian thought that the human race would win, perhaps because the other party was from the human race. Qin Shujian understood Zhu Bing's inner thoughts. But he didn't explain too much. No matter which era or world it was, the human race was mostly a strong race. In the inner world, the human race was also a top race. But in terms of luck, the dragons were still a little inferior to the human race. But the difference wasn't big. It was hard to say whether the human race could really crush them. All of a sudden, there was an aura that could crush the sky. Two beams of golden light cut through heaven and earth, and a huge dragon head appeared in the sky. Just the aura it emitted frightened the human race. Dragon Emperor, the Emperor of Dragons. Human Emperor, do you dare to come out and fight? Dragon Emperor's voice shook heaven and earth. When he opened and closed his mouth, the other humans were already under pressure. It was also when the Emperor of Dragons appeared. An imposing figure stepped out from the void. With every step he took, the void wailed, as if it couldn't bear such a strong pressure. We meet again. Feng looked at the Dragon Emperor in front of him. The extremely rich vitality on his body had already turned into the power of the rules that lingered around him. To the Dragon Emperor, he didn't feel unfamiliar at all. From the beginning, when he created the human race, he had already formed a grudge with the other party. Until now. As the human race grew stronger, so did the dragons, and this grudge became more and more intense. You lost to me last time, and now you dare to come again. Aren't you afraid that your 100,000 years of hard work will be destroyed in a day? Feng said indifferently. You were just tricking me last time. This time, Ben Huang has already broken through. I will definitely avenge my previous humiliation. Dragon Emperor laughed in anger. He had already broken through to the upper three true immortals, and his strength had greatly increased. Even if the human emperor in front of him had also broken through, he was confident that he could defeat him. Looks like you and I have nothing to talk about. Feng shook his head, and didn't want to waste any more words with the Dragon Emperor. He took a step forward, and the void within hundreds of millions of miles turned into nothingness. The moment he punched out, the torrent of the rules collapsed and cracked the earth. Insignificant skill. Dragon Emperor was not afraid. He opened his mouth and a terrifying flame spewed out, instantly burning the power of the rules clean. In the next breath, his body disappeared from the spot, and his huge dragon tail smashed the void, fiercely whipping towards Feng. Boom! The fist collided with the dragon tail, and both of their bodies shook violently. However, neither of them took half a step back. Instead, they took a step forward to fight. The power of an upper three true immortal was not something that other true immortals could compare to. When the emperors of the two clans were fighting, the emperors of the other top clans all cast their gazes over, silently watching this earth-shattering battle. Ever since the advancement of the inner world, there had been upper three true immortals. However, this was the first time in history that experts of this level were fighting. So, in the face of this battle, everyone wanted to observe and see if they could find any clues. The human emperor's strength has become even stronger. The human clan is indeed blessed by the heavens, and is not something that ordinary clans can compare to. In Eldar's territory, Zhenmu watched the battle, and his heart also became more serious. Although he was the first to be born, the strength that Feng had displayed until now was not much weaker than him. From this, it could be seen. The potential of the human clan was indeed terrifying. In comparison, the strength of the emperors of the dragons was instead weaker. Chapter 1004. Boom! The power of the fist shook the sky. Dragon Emperor's huge body fell from the sky, his scales shattered, and golden blood splattered across the sky. In terms of strength, he was still a bit weaker than Feng. After fighting for a long time, it was inevitable that he would be injured and defeated. One hit and he was injured. The battle suddenly fell into a one-sided situation. Retreat! Dragon Emperor let out an unwilling roar, and all the dragons retreated. After all the dragons retreated, he took another punch from Feng. After leaving behind some scales, he also broke through the void and disappeared. Finally, this battle ended with the dragons fleeing in defeat. My emperor will win. My emperor will win. On the side of the humans, everyone's morale was high, and their shouts shook the world. To this, Feng's expression was solemn, and he shouted in a deep voice, "Everyone, clean up the battlefield and occupy that mine. Any race that dares to approach, regardless of origin, kill without mercy." We obey. Many human true immortals accepted the order. This time, the war between the humans and the dragons was for an innate mine, which produced a large amount of innate spirit stones, a necessary resource for cultivators. Now, heaven and earth had just advanced, and all the spirit chi was still innate spirit chi. Therefore, some places with rich spirit chi would condense innate spirit stone mines. Any innate spirit stone would condense a large amount of innate spirit chi, and could be considered a supreme treasure for cultivators. Although true immortal realm experts did not need innate spirit stones to cultivate, but cultivators below the true immortal realm needed them. One had to know. Other than the first batch of creatures born between heaven and earth, the rest of the true immortals had all walked up step by step from the bottom. Only when the number of cultivators at the bottom increased, could more true immortals be born. So, the importance of innate spirit stone mines could be imagined. Not only the humans and the dragons, the other races also coveted this innate mine. What could he do? The humans and the dragons were considered the top among the 10,000 races. Although the other races around the mine were itching, they did not dare to interfere in the battle between the two races. As for the other top clans, it was also impossible for them to fall out with two top clans over a spirit stone mine that was so far away. No matter what, these carnate spirit stone veins were located near the human race and the dragons, far away from the other top races. It was understandable for the two races to fight. If the other races were to interfere, it would be too obvious that they were declaring war. One had to know. Every top-notch clan had their own enemies. In this kind of situation, if an enemy from a top-notch clan were to appear, then the danger factor would greatly increase, and there would be no end to the trouble. Therefore, unless it was a critical moment, no one wished to have an additional enemy, and an extremely terrifying one at that. Just as the humans were cleaning up the battlefield, Feng suddenly sensed something and turned his head to look in a certain direction. There! A green-robed man floated in the air. He looked like an immortal who had descended to the mortal world, but he also looked like an ordinary human. However, the moment he saw the green-robed man, Feng's mind trembled violently. He was unable to maintain his calm expression. Just as he was about to speak, the green-robed man shook his head slightly, indicating for them not to make a fuss. Then, he disappeared from where he stood. Seeing this, Feng could only forcefully suppress the excitement in his heart. After seeing the green-robed man disappear, he hurriedly said something and left as well. Ben Huang has something to take care of. You guys stay here. Feng's hurried departure left many human true immortals puzzled. They could all see the excitement on his face just now. That's strange. Did something good happen? His Majesty has always been calm. Why did he lose his composure today? Maybe it's because he defeated the dragons some human true immortals discussed secretly. In the end, they attributed the reason to the defeat of the dragons. After all, defeating a top-notch clan was indeed something worth celebrating. Immediately after, they stopped thinking about this matter and turned to instruct others to clean up the battlefield. At the same time, they were vigilant in all directions to prevent any sneak attacks from other races. The corpses of the dragons were precious. The blood essence and scales contained in them could play a significant role. In the previous battle, the dragons had also thrown down many corpses. These corpses were destined to be transformed by the humans into their own power. Sovereign. On the Eldar's side, Genmu's heart trembled, as if he had seen an unbelievable existence. His heart trembled. It also caused Genmu's main body to tremble. In an instant, the mountain range where the Eldar was located shook the earth and mountains, causing many Eldar to tremble in fear. One by one, the Eldar true immortals came out from their seclusion places. When they saw Genmu's branches and leaves trembling, their faces were filled with fear. My Emperor, please calm down. I don't know what it is that has made my Emperor so angry. My Emperor, those Eldar true immortals were all shocked. Ever since they were born, the builder tree didn't really wake up for a long time. Usually, when it woke up, it would at most make some conversation. It was the first time they had seen it like this. They were truly in awe of the spirit race's emperor. Anger. The Eldar true immortal's words caused Genmu's mind to slowly recover. Then, a calm voice was heard. I just felt it in my heart. You all don't have to panic. After saying that, the feeling of the earthquaking and mountains swaying completely disappeared. Seeing this, those true immortals gradually relaxed. It was fine as long as there was no problem. They were still afraid that they had done something wrong and angered this sovereign. Zhenmu could not be bothered with them. His mind was completely fixed on the green-robed man that he had seen just now. Sovereign. That's definitely the sovereign. It's been hundreds of thousands of years, and the sovereign has appeared again, he thought in his heart. Until now, Zhenmu could not forget that scene in the past. That supreme powerhouse who enlightened him and passed on his memories. He understood even more. The vast world before him was opened up by that person alone. Although there seemed to be endless powerhouses among the tens of thousands of races competing, in front of that person, they were just ants. Zhenmu could now be sure that the sovereign's strength had definitely exceeded the scope of a true immortal, reaching an unimaginable realm. The sovereign has appeared in the human territory. Could it be that the human race is going to have some great opportunity? He calmed down. Such a powerful existence had appeared in the human territory. Ling Huang could not help but think more about it. Although the human race had a good relationship with Eldar, Zhenmu did not want to give up this opportunity to meet the sovereign. Compared to his own bitter cultivation, if he could receive some guidance from Qin Shujian, it would definitely allow him to be enlightened and surpass his current limit. Chapter 1005. Yes. I want to see the supremacy. Only by seeing the supremacy can I increase my strength. If the supremacy can give Eldar some opportunities, then Eldar can live forever without a problem. Zhenmu's heart was burning with passion. At his level, he could see many things clearly. In the world, any strong race would have a period of prosperity and weakness. Although Eldar was at its peak now, there would be a day when it would weaken. At that time, it might be the crisis of extinction. If they didn't want to be exterminated, they must have enough foundation to support them. To be honest, Zhenmu wasn't confident that he could protect Eldar for a long time. Although true immortals were powerful, they also had a limit to their lifespan. Even until now, he hadn't noticed where his lifespan ended. But Zhenmu knew that one day, he would reach the end of his road. Unless he could break the limit of true immortal, he might be able to get rid of this barrier. Making a decision. He quietly separated a wisp of his mind and sent it out of Eldar. Human race. In the human emperor's palace. Feng had just returned when he saw a person he couldn't be more familiar with standing in the main hall. Feng greets the supremacy. He bowed down, not daring to be the slightest bit rude. Qin Shujian turned around and looked at the person in front of him, his expression somewhat gratified. I haven't seen you for tens of thousands of years, and you've already grown to such an extent. Congratulations. My current achievements are all thanks to the supremacy. If it wasn't for the supremacy, there wouldn't be Feng in this world. Feng replied respectfully. He felt reverence from the bottom of his heart towards this creator-like existence. Although the human race was strong now, but in front of the other party, they could be destroyed with a wave of his hand. Feng couldn't control the emotions of an expert of this level. If he didn't do something well, it would cause the human race to be exterminated. That would be troublesome. For you to be able to reach the 7th level of immortal, your talent and strength are at the top of the world. It won't be long before you go through the tribulation. Qin Shujian casually glanced at him, making Feng feel as if he had been seen through. However, at this moment, the human emperor's attention was completely attracted by Qin Shujian's words. Transcending the tribulation? What tribulation? His face was filled with astonishment as he asked the question in his heart. Venerable One, what do you mean by tribulation? True immortals have tribulations. Every 129,600 years, the world will send down 3 calamities and 6 tribulations. If you can overcome them, you will be able to enjoy another 129,600 years of life. If you can't overcome them, you will die. Qin Shujian said lightly. The rules of the inner world were different from those of the great wide world. The rules of the great wide world were that true immortals only had a lifespan of 129,600 years. Once they reached that age, they would die. No one was an exception. Although he had other means to prolong his feeble existence, he was still at death's door. However, Doing that well was no different from dying. If he dared to come out one day, the heavenly tribulation would naturally come. Similarly, only death awaited him. However, according to the rules of the inner world, true immortals had to undergo a tribulation every 129,600 years. If they succeeded, they could extend their lifespan. If they failed, they could only wait for death. The rules were different. Some of them came from Qin Shujian himself. Some of them were naturally derived from heaven and earth. After all, if cultivators did not have a lifespan limit, heaven and earth could not exist forever. The origin of every tribulation was a selection made by heaven and earth. The strong could live, and the weak could die. If there was no tribulation, heaven and earth would soon be filled with true immortals. At that time, heaven and earth would be destroyed. Because there was no heaven and earth that could support a large number of true immortals. If there were tens of millions or hundreds of millions of true immortals, just by swallowing spiritual energy, they would be able to empty heaven and earth, not to mention other things. 3 calamities and 6 tribulations. Feng's expression changed drastically. If Qin Shujian had not mentioned it, he would not have known about this at all. Logically speaking, when one reached the level of a 7th level immortal, one would be able to predict their own matters. However, Feng did not notice that a tribulation was about to befall him at all. However, he would not doubt the veracity of Qin Shujian's words. Since the other party had said so, then there would definitely be no mistake. Feng immediately bowed down, his tone and attitude sincere. Venerable, please advise me on how to get through this tribulation. Whether you succeed or not depends on your own luck. Although the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations are powerful, it is not completely impossible to resist. The strength of the first tribulation is measured by the cultivator's own foundation. You are now a 7th level immortal, so the tribulation that will befall you is a 7th level immortal's tribulation. If you are an 8th level immortal, then the tribulation that will befall you is an 8th level immortal's tribulation. Every 3 calamities and 6 tribulations will be stronger than the previous one. As long as you know it in your heart. Qin Shujian shook his head. Hearing this, Feng already felt a sense of urgency in his heart. According to Qin Shujian, the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations were not ordinary powerful. If he could not get through it, then his death would be right in front of him. He secretly calculated. Until now, it had been about 110,000 years. In other words, the time left for him was at most 10,000 years. According to Venerable, if I don't break through my realm and still stay at my original realm to strengthen my foundation, will the success rate of the tribulation be greatly increased? It may be so for the first time, but the power of the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations will steadily increase. It will no longer be limited to your realm. If you stop moving forward, then failure to pass the tribulation will be inevitable. Qin Shujian explained. Feng nodded thoughtfully. The first 3 calamities and 6 tribulations were measured by one's realm. Every subsequent tribulation did not care about one's realm at all, but its power steadily increased. In other words, if the second tribulation came and he still remained at the 7th level immortal, then he might encounter the tribulation of an 8th level immortal. At that time, death was certain. May I ask, Venerable, how can I not be troubled by the tribulation? Feng suddenly raised his head and looked straight at Qin Shujian, wanting to get an answer from him. Since there were 3 calamities and 6 tribulations, then there must be a way to not be troubled by them. Right now, in the world, the only person who could give him an answer was the person in front of him. Under Feng's hopeful gaze, Qin Shujian nodded. Yes. I hope Venerable can guide me. In the future, if you can reach the peak of the 9th level immortal and then step through the threshold of the true immortal, then you will naturally not be troubled by the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations. At that time, the vast universe will be yours to roam. Reach the peak of the 9th level immortal. Transcend the shackles of the universe. From Qin Shujian's words, Feng seemed to understand the vastness of that realm. Then, he retracted his mind and looked at the person in front of him. Perhaps he was an existence of that realm. Chapter 1006. With the news of the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations and how to avoid them, Feng had some hope in his heart. At this moment, Qin Shujian also got straight to the point and went straight to the point. I came to the human race this time because I have something that I want the human race to do. What is it? Please tell me, Venerable One. Feng bowed slightly. In front of Qin Shujian, he did not put on any airs of a human emperor. He was just like a junior, respectful and reverent. It's not difficult. Qin Shujian smiled faintly. Then, with a thought, the Godslayer appeared in front of the two. As soon as the stone knife appeared, a shocking murderous aura was emitted from it. Even the human emperor's palace could not restrain it. In an instant, the sky changed color and the sun and moon dimmed. This is. Feng looked at the stone knife in front of him and the aura that it emitted. His face was filled with shock. As a human emperor, he also had a divine weapon in his hand. But compared to the stone knife in front of him, the difference between his divine weapon and the stone knife was like heaven and earth. Feng could not imagine. What kind of divine weapon could have such power? This is the God-slaying saber. I need all the faith of the human race to belong to this saber. I wonder if you are willing? Qin Shujian pointed at the God-slaying saber in front of him and looked at the shocked Feng. The faith of all the human race. The shock on Feng's face faded a little. He looked at Qin Shujian's face. Although he was puzzled, he did not dare to ask too much. Anyway, to him, faith did not seem to have any effect. He did not know what was the purpose of the stone knife that the other party wanted the human race to believe in. Suddenly, Feng nodded in agreement. Since the Venerable One asked, the human race will naturally not refuse. From today onwards, all the human race will believe in this knife. Good. Qin Shujian nodded in satisfaction. The human race believes in this knife, and there is a corresponding inheritance in the knife. Anyone who is fated will be able to obtain the inheritance from the Godslayer. As a deal, whenever the human race is in danger of extinction, the Godslayer will help 3 times. All right. Feng agreed immediately, as if he was afraid that Qin Shujian would suddenly go back on his word. Regardless of the strength of the Godslayer's inheritance, it could at least strengthen the foundation of the human race. What really caught his eye was the promise that the Godslayer would help 3 times when the human race was in danger of extinction. Just from its aura alone, this was an extremely terrifying divine weapon. Furthermore, this divine weapon originated from the Venerable One in front of him. Since the other party had said that the Godslayer would lend a hand when the human race was in danger of being exterminated, then it must have been useful. In this way, this meant that the human race would have another life-saving method. How could Feng possibly refuse such a request? The territory of the human race is vast. The Godslayer's real body is in the human sovereign's palace. I need you to use this blade as a reference to build the corresponding stone statues for the rest of the human race to worship day and night. In addition, the better the quality of the stone statue, the more useful it will be in the future. Qin Shu's sword intent seemed to be implying something. What does the Venerable One mean? You'll understand when you get there. Qin Shujian did not say much. He turned his head to look in a certain direction as if he had seen something interesting. There was a faint smile on his face, but in the next moment, he retracted his gaze. Leave this blade here. One day, I will come back to the human race to take it back. After saying that, his figure directly disappeared from the human sovereign's palace. When he disappeared, Feng did not notice any fluctuations in space. Good fortune. He sighed deeply. In the past, the strength of a 7th-level immortal was the top powerhouse of the world. Any emperor of a top clan was roughly at this level. However, in front of Qin Shujian, Feng truly felt how small he was. So what if he was a 7th-level immortal? In front of a truly powerful existence, he was no different from an ant. Just like how Qin Shujian could leave quietly, Feng felt that it would not take much effort for him to kill him. Ascending to the 9th-level immortal, surpassing the restrictions of heaven and earth. When I have the opportunity to reach this level in the future, I think I will have the opportunity to truly approach the Venerable One. Feng recalled what Qin Shujian had just said, and already had some goals in mind. He did not dare to say that when he reached that level, he would be able to catch up with Qin Shujian. However, when he reached that level, he would be qualified to talk to him as an equal. It should be enough. At this moment, in the territory of the human race, all the powerhouses who stayed behind were alarmed. The destructive killing just now attracted the attention of many powerhouses, especially the aura that came from the hinterland of the human race. Those human true immortals could not sit still. Not long after, more than 10 true immortals appeared in front of the human sovereign's palace. Without the permission of the human sovereign, even true immortals did not dare to barge in. In the main hall, Godslayer's aura had been restrained by a lot. Although there was still a terrifying killing intent lingering, it did not cause the sky to change color like before. Sensing the arrival of true immortals, Feng took a step forward and arrived outside the palace. "Greetings, my emperor." The human true immortals bowed. "Rise." "Thank you, my emperor." The human true immortals straightened up. Then, there were true immortals who could not wait to ask. "Your Majesty, may I ask what exactly happened in the palace?" Just now, a heart-palpitating murderous aura erupted. Thinking of that killing intent, that true immortal's face was filled with lingering fear. Even now, there was still a chilling murderous aura emanating from the human emperor's palace. Although it was much weaker than before, it was still enough to strike fear into the hearts of ordinary true immortals. Feng's face was dark. "You don't have to worry about the killing. Now, pass down Ben Huang's order. All human tribes are to build stone statues and worship them day and night. Do not slack off." As he spoke, he used his immortal energy to form the Godslayer's appearance. "This is what the stone statue looks like. You must remember it. Oh, right. When building it, try to use the best materials. Do not be careless." Feng exhorted again. He thought of what Qin Shujian said before leaving. Although he did not know what the other party's intentions were, there would be no mistakes if he did as he was told. After all, there were many precious materials in the hands of the human race that had no use for them. In that case, then he might as well refine them all into stone statues. When the human true immortals saw the Godslayer formed from immortal energy, they silently committed it to memory. Feng did not want to say more. As human true immortals, they did not dare to ask too much. "We have already committed it to memory. Go." Feng waved his hand and dismissed them. Seeing this, the human true immortals bowed and retreated. In the following half a month, the Godslayer's stone statues were spread all over the human tribes. Chapter 1007. When the true immortals of the human clan arrived, Qin Shujian had already left. In an unknown mountain range, Zhenmu, who was walking around with his avatar, suddenly stopped. In front of him, Qin Shujian's figure appeared out of thin air. "Greetings, Venerable One." Zhenmu bowed. His attitude was as respectful as ever. "Why are you looking for me?" Looking at the person in front of him, Qin Shujian asked faintly. Zhenmu's avatar split from Eldar. His purpose was self-evident. He was quite optimistic about the first living being born in the inner world in front of him. In terms of foundation, in the inner world, Zhenmu was number 1. Even in terms of talent, he could be ranked in the top 3. In terms of strength, there was no need to say more. In Qin Shujian's opinion, if there was a powerhouse who could break through to Dao fruit in the future, then the possibility of Zhenmu was not small. Standing in front of him, Zhenmu bowed his head and replied respectfully, "I heard that Venerable One had appeared. I haven't seen you for many years and missed you, so I specially came here to see you. I hope Venerable One won't take offense. Do you really just want to see me?" Qin Shujian smiled faintly. Hearing that, Zhenmu's expression was a little awkward, but he soon calmed down. "I also have many doubts on the path of cultivation. When I usually cultivate hard, I have never been able to understand the mystery, so I hope Venerable One can give me some pointers to help me cross the hurdle in front of me. Also, if it's something that the human clan can do, I, Eldar, can do the same. Moreover, the Eldar all believe in you, Venerable One. I hope Venerable One can understand." His words were very clear. What the human clan can do, I, Eldar, can do. What the human clan can't do, I, Eldar, can do. If there's anything you need the human clan to do, you can come to me, Eldar. In the face of Genmu's straightforward words, Qin Shujian was not angry. Instead, the smile on his face became wider. He was straightforward. It was much better than beating around the bush. Furthermore, the other party was also a smart person. He knew that beating around the bush wouldn't be able to deceive him, so he simply said whatever he wanted to say. However, Genmu's words gave Qin Shujian a different idea. He had left the god-slaying saber with the human race to absorb the destiny of the human race. However, the myriad races in the world had as many living beings as the stars. Although there were many humans, compared to the myriad races in the world, they were still far inferior. If the fate of the human clan could push the Godslayer to become a 9 tribulations Zubing, then even if the fate of the other clans could not condense into a 9 tribulations Zubing, it would certainly create a powerful Zubing. In any case, if the power of faith was not used, it would be useless. Unless someone had comprehended the method of becoming a god through faith, it would be possible to absorb the power of faith for their own use. However, how could it be so easy to comprehend the method of becoming a god through faith? Furthermore, once a living being grasped the power of faith and reached an extremely tyrannical level, it might pose a certain threat to itself. Of course, if there was really a living being who could comprehend the power of faith, Qin Shujian would not stop it. However, it was impossible for him to personally teach the living beings of the inner world the method of becoming a god through faith. All the opportunities. It all depended on oneself. Before an expert who had not become a god through faith was born, the power of faith of the myriad races was actually very wasteful. Instead of wasting it, it's better to collect all of it. It's said that the 9 tribulations Zubing, like the innate cardinal treasure, is at the limit of the universe. I'd like to see what kind of power is needed to break this limit. Qin Shujian thought to himself. In just an instant, many thoughts flashed through his mind. After a while, he looked at Genmu with a gentle smile on his face. Well, since you have this intention, it's not appropriate for me to refuse. While speaking, with a thought, a long saber appeared in his hand. Immediately after, with a point of his finger, endless power poured into it. The originally ordinary-looking long saber suddenly emitted a powerful aura, which shocked Genmu. He did not think that this long saber was really an ordinary weapon. In his opinion, the long saber itself was an extremely powerful magic weapon. It was just that its sharpness was covered in front. Qin Shujian said, I want the Eldar to worship this long saber day and night. At the same time, with the long saber as the foundation, stone statues will be made with precious materials and placed in various places of the Eldar. In return, if the Eldar is in danger of extermination in the future, the long saber will help 3 times. Worship the long saber. Help when the clan is in danger of extermination. Genmu looked at the long saber that was emitting a powerful aura with a faint look of excitement on his face. He did not doubt the authenticity of Qin Shujian's words at all. No problem. From today on, all the Eldar will worship the long saber day and night. Good. Qin Shujian nodded satisfactorily. Seriously speaking, the number of Eldar was much more than that of the human clan. After all, the plants that had spiritual intelligence were all classified as Eldar. There were so many plants in the world. Now that the innate spiritual energy was rich, the number of plants that had spiritual intelligence was not small. In comparison, the number of the human clan was much less than that of the Eldar. It could be said that, at present, the number 1 clan in the inner world was not the human clan or the dragons, but the Eldar. Although the long saber could only be regarded as an ordinary weapon in today's inner world, at most it was attached with its own power and had some magic. Although its aura was powerful, in fact, when it came to a real battle, the long saber was just an empty shell. It had a powerful aura but no matching power. However, if the Eldar continued to worship it, the long saber would be nourished by the power of faith and would steadily improve. At that time, its power would increase by several times. With the current huge number of Eldar, Qin Shujian estimated that it would only take a few decades to breed a one-tribulation Zhu Bing. Now that he was in the time formation, 1 year outside was 200,000 years in the inner world. If there were no accidents, the inner world would have millions of years of accelerated evolution. Such a long time, the long saber was definitely not as simple as a one-tribulation Zhu Bing. In the past, Zhu Bing in the vast thousand domains had no way to be wholeheartedly worshipped by such a huge clan. Most of the time, it lost the supply of faith for some reason. But even so, it was still advancing to the fourth or fifth tribulation. Now that the long saber had Eldar's faith as its foundation, if it really did not stop for millions of years, Qin Shujian felt that even if this magic weapon did not rank among the 9 tribulations, it would definitely reach the 7th or 8th tribulation level. Moreover, the probability of advancing to the 9th tribulation Zhu Bing in the future was also very high. Looking at the long saber, Zhenmu could not help but ask, "May I ask, Venerable One, what is the name of this magic weapon?" "Thousand Mountain Blood." Chapter 1008. Thousand Mountain Blood. Zhenmu murmured the name in his heart. Looking at the long saber suspended in the air, his eyes were already burning. Just by hearing the name, he could understand that this magic weapon was unusual. Not only that, when his eyes fell on Thousand Mountain Blood, he saw mysterious runes engraved on it. At a glance, it seemed to have Tao rhymes manifested. Zhenmu's inner thoughts were moving. Qin Shujian also understood tacitly, but he didn't say too much. In fact, Thousand Mountain Blood was the first magic weapon he mastered. Even after he got the Godslayer, he never discarded it. Although he didn't use it later, he still kept it. It was just that. At Qin Shujian's level, a four-seal Dao weapon couldn't play a role at all. Even a weapon he casually condensed from roadside stones was more powerful than the four-seal Dao weapon Thousand Mountain Blood. Speaking of which, Qin Shujian had also thought of recasting the Thousand Mountain Blood and turning it into an even more powerful divine weapon. It was just that. Once it was reforged, Thousand Mountain Blood would no longer be the original Thousand Mountain Blood. So, he didn't put this idea into action. Over time, Qin Shujian almost forgot about the existence of Thousand Mountain Blood. It wasn't until Zhenmu appeared and what he said that he remembered this magic weapon that he almost forgot and sealed. The four-seal Dao weapon Thousand Mountain Blood was not of much use to him. But if he could get the power of faith and advance to 9 tribulations Zhu Bing, it would be an extremely powerful magic weapon. Although the probability of 9 tribulations Zhu Bing was not high. However, there was still hope for this. With a wave of his hand, more power emerged, and the aura on Thousand Mountain Blood instantly declined and died out. "I have sealed the power of this magic weapon. You can keep it in your sea of consciousness and bring it back to Eldar in the future to worship Eldar." "Yes." Zhenmu respectfully took the long saber and kept it in his sea of consciousness. She waited until he was done. Qin Shujian put his hands behind his back and turned to look at the other scenes in the mountain range. "Ask away. Since you were able to find me, it can be said that we are fated. Although cultivation depends on the individual, if you have any questions, I can answer them for you." "Thank you for your guidance, Venerable One." Zhenmu was overjoyed and immediately bowed. That was his purpose for coming here. Although he was already a 7th heaven celestial now, there was no end to cultivation. If he could obtain the guidance of the other party, it would undoubtedly be able to avoid many detours. "May I ask the Venerable One?" Qin Shujian answered all of Zhenmu's questions one by one. As he answered, purple energy surged between heaven and earth, as if a supreme being was showing his divinity. At the same time, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered, and all the plants and rare beasts in the mountain range were born with spiritual intelligence at the same time. After hearing Qin Shujian's words, some of the living beings seemed to have comprehended the voice of the great Tao and fell into a state of breaking through on the spot. Zhenwu. Spiritual martial force. Divine martial. One by one, their realms rose steadily. Some stopped at the spiritual martial realm, and some stopped at the divine martial realm. But there were also some who were talented and smart and directly reached the celestial realm. For this, whether it was Qin Shujian or Zhenmu, they did not pay any attention to it. The former patiently answered, while the latter listened carefully. For them, now the living beings in the mountain range were just ants. With a thought, they could all exterminate those living beings. Whether it was the celestial realm or the divine marshal, there was no difference in front of a true powerhouse. The phenomenon in the mountain range. It directly attracted the attention of other powerhouses. For a time, many powerhouses flocked towards the mountain range. The phenomenon of heaven and earth must be the birth of a supreme treasure. That's right. Such a supreme treasure is not something that ordinary treasures can compare to. It should be mine. Bullshit. This supreme treasure is mine. Among the powerhouses who flocked in, the weakest was a celestial realm cultivator, and there was no lack of true immortals among them. Although in the inner world, except for the top clans, there were few true immortals in the small clans. But if you really counted all the clans in the world, the number of true immortals was already shocking. Near a mountain range, hundreds of true immortals flocked here. All the true immortals had the same goal, which was to find the supreme treasure that might exist in the mountain range. In the mountain range, Qin Shujian felt the changes in the surroundings. He paused in the middle of his explanation, and all the phenomena slowly disappeared. Our fate this time has come to an end. What I should tell you is almost done. Just pay attention to the 3 disasters and 6 tribulations that come every 129,600 years. Don't worry too much about the rest. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared. Zhenmu wanted to ask something, but it was too late. 129,600 years, the 3 disasters and 6 tribulations. He instinctively felt that this matter was related to his life. Unfortunately, Qin Shujian had already left. No matter how powerful Zhenmu was, he couldn't find any trace of the other party. Then, he scanned with his divine will and sensed the situation of many true immortals gathering in the mountain range. Instantly, a monstrous anger surged in Zhenmu's heart. In his opinion, if these true immortals hadn't come to disturb him, Qin Shujian wouldn't have left so quickly. Now that he only heard half of the Tao, these people deserved to die. Boom! An earth-shattering aura burst out. All the true immortals who entered the mountain range were stunned by this aura. Then, a cold and ruthless voice rose from below. All of you deserve to die. As soon as he finished speaking, a cultivator stepped out from the sky and fired out a palm strike, shattering the endless void. The terrifying power caused a true immortal from the myriad races to be horrified. He had only just raised his hand to resist when his fleshly body was smashed apart and he fell down from the sky. Then, he took a step out. The falling true immortal's body was crushed into a blood mist by this terrifying power. The blood mist exploded. His body reassembled. Very soon, another destructive force descended, causing the newly reconstructed body to explode once again. In a breath's time, the body was reassembled and destroyed hundreds of thousands of times. In the end, all the power dissipated. That true immortal had completely fallen. The true immortal had fallen. A rain of blood fell from the sky. The huge mountain range was instantly covered by the rain of blood. When the remaining true immortals of the myriad races saw the scene in front of them, the shock on their faces became even more intense. A palm and a kick. He killed a true immortal expert. The strength of this person was terrifying. It was not something that ordinary true immortals could compare to. Sir, we have no ill intentions. That's right. We'll leave immediately. We'll give you the treasure here. Retreat, retreat. The true immortals of the myriad races retreated frantically in all directions as if they had seen something terrifying. Although there were many of them, they came from different factions. With the strength displayed by this unknown expert, if they really fought, even if they killed the other party, many of them would die. No one could guarantee that. Would he be one of those people who died? Chapter 1009. This was the reality. It was simply impossible for him to sacrifice himself and pave the way for others. While all the true immortals were retreating frantically, Genmu had no intention of letting them leave safely. Boom! A powerful aura shook heaven and earth. Genmu displayed a huge Dharma idol, a towering tree swaying in the void. With a palm print, it instantly destroyed the physical body of a true immortal. You all have to die for ruining my opportunity. The killing intent in his heart was unprecedentedly strong. In the past, Genmu had always stayed in Eldar's territory and had almost never made a move, let alone kill other living beings. However, not making a move did not mean that he did not have killing intent. It was just that there were only a few living beings that could make him make a move. Therefore, he usually stayed in Eldar's place to cultivate in seclusion and never came out. But it was different now. It was not easy to find Qin Shujian and get some guidance from him. In the end, these true immortals came to ruin his opportunity. Ruining his opportunity. That was a life-and-death feud. If he did not kill these true immortals, Genmu would not be able to take it lying down. Boom! Boom! Dharma idol heaven and earth appeared. Although he was only an avatar now, the power he possessed was not weaker than an ordinary true immortal. Right now, the true immortals of the 10,000 races were barely in the lower 3 levels. How could they be a match for him? Their physical bodies exploded. Blood rained down. Every moment, true immortals died. Instantly, the other true immortals of the 10,000 races who were originally fleeing were completely enraged. Fight it out with him. Since he wants us dead, let's join forces and kill him. That's right, I don't believe that he can fight against all of us alone. Kill. After understanding Genmu's killing intent, the true immortals of the 10,000 races directly joined forces and attacked him. Seeing this, Genmu frowned slightly, but the anger in his heart did not diminish and he had no intention of retreating. Boom! The two forces collided. His physical body cracked and he took a step back. Seeing this scene, the true immortals of the 10,000 races were excited. Kill him. They had originally thought that Genmu was terrifyingly strong. But now, it seemed that although he was strong, he was not strong enough to fight against them. In this way, the true immortals of the myriad races immediately gave up on the idea of retreating. Rather than being forced to retreat by an unknown expert, they might as well join forces and eliminate the other party. Otherwise, if this news were to spread out in the future, he would lose all his face. All of a sudden, the mountain range collapsed. A massive tentacle rose up from below, resembling a true dragon that was 1,000,000 zhong long. As it swung about, the tens of true immortals were caught off guard and their fleshly bodies were blown apart. Very soon, the tentacle rose into the air and fell down. In an instant, the fleshly bodies of another dozen true immortals exploded. This sudden turn of events completely extinguished the fighting spirit that the true immortals of the myriad races had raised with great difficulty. Looking at the terrifying tentacles, they couldn't understand where this expert came from. Suddenly, someone saw the Dharma idol that appeared behind Genmu and then looked at the tentacle that was like 1,000,000 zhong long true dragon. As if he had thought of something, his expression changed drastically. Ling Huang. This is Ling Huang's attack. The two words Ling Huang caused the expressions of the other true immortals to change. Everyone knew that Eldar was a top clan in the world, and the Eldar Emperor was the most powerful existence in the world. There were very few experts who could compare to Ling Huang, although Ling Huang had barely made a move. However, just the title of the first living being in the world had already explained many things. Until now, the other party had only used a tentacle to kill so many true immortals. That terrifying power was simply shocking. At this moment, as Genmu's true body made a move, a large number of true immortals died. The mountain range was covered in a rain of blood. It was like a downpour, causing people to be intimidated. There were no surprises. From the time his true body made a move to the destruction of all the true immortals, less than 15 minutes had passed. In the end, Genmu was the only true immortal left in the mountain range. Because of the appearance of the tentacle, the earth meridian below split open like a deep canyon that would never heal. In addition to that, a large number of true immortals died. Their flesh and blood fell into the mountain range, nourishing many living beings. Some living beings could not withstand such power and directly exploded. However, some living beings were blessed by nature. After absorbing a portion of the power, their realms had already advanced by leaps and bounds. After looking at the mountain range indifferently, Zhenmu turned around and left. More than 100 true immortals died, and blood rained down for a full 7 days. The death of so many true immortals shocked the myriad races. However, what really shocked the myriad races was not the death of more than 100 true immortals, but the appearance of Ling Huang, who had been staying in Eldar's territory and had barely made a move, and he killed many true immortals in one go. Many people suspected the other party's motive for killing so many true immortals. Some people suspected that it was to fight for some supreme treasure. Some people suspected that those true immortals had angered Ling Huang. But no matter how they guessed, there was no way to verify it. Because all the true immortals of the myriad races who participated had all died in the other party's hands. None of them were spared. The human race. In the human race's palace. When Ling Huang attacked, Feng also sensed the palpitating power. He raised his head and looked at the void, as if he could see the tentacle that had exploded the true immortals of the myriad races. Ling Huang's strength is even stronger than before. Feng sighed. The other party had never revealed his strength, but everyone could understand how powerful Ling Huang was. Just this alone was not something that others could do. To be honest, he had come into contact with the Spirit Emperor before, but he had never seen him in action. Until now. The other party had only revealed a trace of his power, and he had destroyed more than 100 true immortals in one fell swoop. That kind of power was not something that ordinary true immortals of the upper 3 levels could compare to. However, Feng did not feel any fear. Ling Huang was strong, but he was not weak either. If the two sides really fought to the death, Feng did not think that he would lose. The current him. He was no longer the him from 100,000 years ago. Of course. The human race's relationship with Eldar was relatively good. If nothing unexpected happened, there was no possibility of the two races breaking up. The Venerable One had just left, and Ling Huang appeared there. Could there be some connection between the two? There was no reason for it. Feng thought of Qin Shujian. He could clearly see the existence of Qin Shujian. As the first living being in the world, Zhenmu must have some connection with Qin Shujian. If it was any other time, Feng would not think so much. However, he usually stayed in Eldar's territory and had not moved Ling Huang for 100,000 years. This time, he suddenly appeared in another place. In addition, Qin Shujian had just left. He did not believe that the two had nothing to do with each other. After a long time, Feng retracted his gaze and stopped thinking about this matter. He turned his attention to the stone saber in front of him. Chapter 1010. The Emperor of Heaven asked the human race and Eldar to cultivate Zhu Bing. Why not let all the races in the world cultivate Zhu Bing together? When Qin Shujian was walking in the world, a gentle voice sounded in his mind. That voice. It didn't come from the Godslayer. It came from Zhu Tian's star map. Although this treasure wasn't Zhu Bing, nor was it a carnate cardinal treasure, its quality was comparable to a carnate cardinal treasure. His body suppressed the time formation. But in fact, his divine will was also connected to Qin Shujian's sea of consciousness. So, Zhu Tian's star map saw everything in Qin Shujian's inner world. At this moment, he couldn't help but ask. Facing the doubts of this magic weapon, Qin Shujian also gave an answer. I have the same idea. The number of living beings in the world is as vast as the stars. The power of faith provided every moment is vast and boundless. It is indeed a waste to leave it like this. Waste. That was really a waste. Letting the human race and Eldar support Zhu Bing was just the beginning. He wanted all the races in the world to support Zhu Bing. That kind of surging and vast power of faith. Just thinking about it was enough to make one's heart palpitate. Qin Shujian even thought about how powerful a god would be if he used the faith of all the races in the world to support a god. What a pity. I have no way to absorb the power of faith now. Moreover, I don't want the power to control a part of the world. Changing it to the power of faith of a part of the world is undoubtedly neglecting the essentials. Although Qin Shujian felt that it was a pity, he didn't have too much regret. After all, although the power of faith was strong, it was not as strong as the power he had now. Moreover, absorbing the power of faith was easy to be influenced by the thoughts of all living beings. At that time, it was hard to be sure whether he would still be the original him. Moreover, if he wanted to absorb the power of faith, he had to abandon his physical body and leave only his soul. That was because the physical body was a protective shield that could isolate the power of faith. If he wanted to absorb the power, he couldn't leave the physical body behind. Any expert who believed in becoming a god would either voluntarily give up their body or passively give up their body. There was no third example. In the early days, the gods would attach themselves to certain objects and then slowly absorb the power of faith to improve themselves. This process. It was very dangerous. This was because gods without corporeal bodies, even if they had some power, were abnormally weak. If he was discovered by any expert, he would most likely be killed on the spot. Without a physical body, only his divine soul remained. If he was killed, he would be completely dead. Only in the later stages, when the power of the gods increased substantially and they condensed their flesh with faith, would they be able to break free from the shackles and walk the world with their flesh. At that time, the gods could be called strong enough to suppress a region. Any system can reach the heavens at the end. Although belief systems are weak in the early stages, they are still extremely strong in the later stages. Now, let's see if this world has the possibility of giving birth to a god of faith. Qin Shujian suppressed the thoughts in his mind. Not long after, he arrived at another race. Since he had already decided not to waste the faith of the myriad races, then he really couldn't waste it. Just as he was heading to the other races, Eldar's side was also greatly shocked. There was no other reason. Ling Huang, who had been silent for 100,000 years, suddenly made a move. Not only did it shock the experts of the other races, but it also shocked the experts of Eldar itself. However, other than shock, the experts of Eldar were only excited. He killed hundreds of true immortals in one fell swoop. This kind of strength made people feel fearful. However, Zhenmu was the emperor of Eldar. The stronger the other party was, the better it was for Eldar. At this moment, all the true immortals of Eldar gathered in front of Zhenmu and bowed. We have seen my emperor before. We don't know when you made my emperor so angry. A true immortal ruined my opportunity. Zhenmu's indifferent voice sounded. One could hear the coldness in his tone. When he thought about how Qin Shujian had left just like that because of the arrival of the other true immortals, anger rose in his heart. Even after killing hundreds of true immortals, he still couldn't calm this anger. Hearing this, the true immortals of Eldar also had ugly expressions. There are actually true immortals who dare to ruin my emperor's opportunity. They deserve to be killed. My emperor, please give the order. We, Eldar, will flatten the race they belong to. Kill. All the true immortals were filled with killing intent, as if they were going to flatten the race behind those true immortals right now. To this, Zhenmu originally wanted to refuse, but the anger in his heart ignited again. He immediately shouted coldly, "All right, pass down my order. The Eldar army will flatten the 100 races." Immediately after, the branches and leaves trembled, and the aura of the true immortals of the 100 races appeared in front of the Eldar true immortals. This is the aura of the true immortals of the 100 races. Use this to find the race behind them. Yes. The Eldar true immortals absorbed the aura, then retreated. Not long after, the Eldar, which had been peaceful for a long time, suddenly experienced a shocking earthquake. A large number of Eldar powerhouses walked out of seclusion. At that moment, all the races in the vicinity of the spirit race were aghast. Everywhere they looked, they could see the weather change. A terrifying aura pressed down on the sky, as if the world had entered the end of the world. What a powerful Eldar! The emperor of a race sucked in a breath of cold air, moaning helplessly and hopelessly in his heart. There was no need to see the Eldar powerhouses. Just a wisp of aura was enough to make the weaker races despair. He even thought about it. If the Eldar wanted to attack his race, it probably wouldn't take long for the billions of living beings in his race to be completely turned into ashes. Who on earth angered the Eldar? Damn it! After a moment of despair, the Emperor roared angrily again. In the past, the spirit race had always been doing well. They had never made such a big move before. As such, there were some races that purposely lived near the spirit race. Their goal was to borrow the protection of this peak race and avoid disaster. However, the usually gentle Eldar had become unusually furious today. The other races that wanted to rely on the spirit race as a backer trembled in fear. They shrank back into their own territories, not daring to move in the slightest for fear that they would incur the wrath of the spirit race and cause their race to be destroyed. In the 100,000 mountains, there were top races sitting there, and there were also emperors of the upper three true immortals. They cast their gazes toward the Eldar mountains. In their eyes, there was obvious shock. What's wrong with the Eldar? Such a strong killing intent. Could it be that they want to destroy all the races behind those true immortals? Combined with Ling Huang's sudden attack that killed hundreds of true immortals, and now the Eldar's rebellion, this emperor, he could almost guess the whole story. Chapter 10-11. The clouds and mist dispersed. The body of the emperor was revealed. A white tiger. However, the difference was that the white tiger had a natural divine pattern imprint on it. It was like a high and mighty god, and no one dared to look at it directly. The top clan, the White Tiger people. The White Tiger Emperor, a true immortal expert of the upper three levels. Jianmu, that old thing, has been silent for 100,000 years. His methods haven't weakened at all. Even if I were to take action, I wouldn't have 100% confidence in fighting against him. The White Tiger Emperor sighed inwardly. In his line of sight, all the Eldar experts had appeared. If it weren't for the appearance of a large number of Eldar experts, he wouldn't have known that the Eldar had accumulated such a terrifying foundation. The number of experts. The White Tiger people couldn't be compared to them at all. Even though they are top-tier tribes, there is still a gap between them. The White Tiger tribe's foundation is ultimately a little lacking. If we are able to devour the other tiger tribes, we will not need to fear the Ling clan. A thought appeared in the White Tiger Emperor's mind. The Eldar had many experts because the Eldar had many living beings. Looking at the White Tiger people, the number of living beings they had didn't even reach 1/10 of the Eldars. There wasn't a single race in the world that could compare to the Eldar in terms of numbers. Even the human race, which was also known to have a large number of living beings, couldn't compare to the Eldar in terms of numbers. With a large number of living beings as a foundation, the Eldar naturally had many experts. Looking at the White Tiger people, there were many tiger people in the world. The White Tiger people were considered a branch of the tiger people. Their living beings weren't as numerous as the Eldar, and their experts weren't as numerous as the Eldar. However, if they could annex all the tiger people, then the strength of the White Tiger people would increase greatly. At that time, even if they weren't as strong as the Eldar, they wouldn't be too far off. The other tiger people aren't a problem. It's just that those few are a little more troublesome. We have to think carefully. The White Tiger Emperor's gaze was ice-cold. There were not many powerhouses in the Tiger clan. Those who could match up to the White Tiger clan alone, there was not a single one. However, there were a few tiger people who were inferior to the White Tiger people. If those tiger people were to join forces, even if the White Tiger people could take them down, they would suffer heavy losses. Even if they really wanted to merge the tiger people, they couldn't act rashly. Otherwise, that would do more harm than good. All of a sudden, the White Tiger Emperor raised his head to look at the sky. The sky was originally clear and cloudless, but in his line of sight, he could see the illusory color of blood. Strange. Why does the heaven and earth massacre seem to have come alive? Could it be that the great calamity is coming? He was slightly shocked. The White Tiger was in charge of killing, so it was most sensitive to calamities. In the past, the 10,000 races would kill each other, causing the killing intent in the world to become even denser. However, at that time, the killing intent in the world was like a pool of stagnant water. Even though it was dense, it was not as lively as it was now. The active killing intent in the world was not a good thing. From the side, it was possible that a calamity was coming. Immediately, the White Tiger Emperor looked at Eldar again. At this moment, there was also the power of the killing intent in the world condensing in the sky above Eldar, causing his expression to change again. The killing intent in the world originated from Eldar. In that case, the great calamity in the future will be personally unveiled by Eldar. No, there's no need to talk about the future. Eldar might be about to unveil the prologue of the great calamity. Calamity. The explanation was actually very vague. However, the White Tiger Emperor knew that the 10,000 races would eventually face a calamity, and when the calamity began, it would be when the 10,000 races in the world erupted into an all-out war. In the end, the resources in the world were limited. If every race wanted to develop and grow, they had to plunder enough resources. The survival of the fittest. This was a principle that had always existed. However, the White Tiger Emperor's original guess was that it would be at least thousands or tens of thousands of years before the true outbreak of the Great War would happen. However, the appearance of the spirit race had completely shattered his guesses. It wouldn't take thousands or tens of thousands of years. Perhaps in the near future, a great war between the 10,000 races would break out. The great calamity of the world. Even the top races have the possibility of being destroyed. Now that Eldar is powerful, if the White Tiger people want to survive in the great calamity, we must make a suitable response. The White Tiger Emperor secretly made a decision. The matter of annexing and integrating the Tiger people could no longer be delayed. If this continued, when the great calamity really began, the White Tiger people might be completely destroyed. After all, although the White Tiger people were a top race, they were considered relatively weak among the top races. As a result, the chances of being destroyed were actually not small at all. After taking a deep look in the direction of Eldar, the White Tiger Emperor turned around and left. On the other side, Eldar's experts had all come out. There were more than 200 perfected immortal experts, and there were more than 1 million Devas below the perfected immortal level, and countless cultivators below the Devas. In one move, Eldar had already mobilized more than 100 million cultivators. Led by 200 perfected immortals, more than 100 million Eldar experts headed toward one of the races. Their aura filled the sky. In an instant, the sky collapsed. The creatures of one of the races raised their heads and looked at the sky. There were so many Eldar experts gathered that they could be described as covering the sky and the sun. It was impossible to see the original appearance of the sky at all. In an instant, the weak cultivators of that race all exploded and died from the pressure of this aura. Bang! Bang! The cultivators exploded, and in an instant, more than 1 million creatures died. A ruler stepped into the air. His face was filled with fear, but he was also incomparably furious. My race has never had any conflict with Eldar. Why did Eldar bring people to kill my people? I want to see Ling Huang. Do you have the right to see my emperor? True immortal Eldar sneered, looking at the emperor as if he was looking at an ant. Your race's perfected immortal dared to ruin my emperor's opportunity. His race should be destroyed. Kill. He gave the order. The vast attack gathered together, and like a falling star, it fiercely bombarded the race below. No, the emperor roared in despair, erupting with all his strength in an attempt to block the destructive attack. However, it was useless. A single perfected immortal of the lower 3 tiers was pitifully weak in the face of such an attack. Not even a breath's time passed before the emperor was destroyed into nothingness by the force. The destructive force of the attack did not stop, landing on the territory of that race. The sky fell and the earth cracked. Mountains collapsed. Tens of millions of creatures did not even have the time to scream before they were forcefully annihilated by this force. Boom! Looking at the land below that had already turned into abyssal ruins, true immortal Eldar withdrew his palm, his expression indifferent. Go to the next race. Only one of the 100 races had been destroyed, and there were still many races left. Now, Eldar wanted to destroy all of them with lightning speed. Otherwise, when the 100 races reacted and joined forces to resist, it would be quite troublesome for Eldar. Either he did not do it, or he would do it to the end. Chapter 10:12. You Eldar have lost your minds and will not be tolerated by the heavens and earth. The Eldar will be destroyed one day. The experts roared in anger, the living beings wailed in agony. The moment all the living beings died, they cursed the Eldar from the bottom of their hearts, hoping that this executioner of their race would also meet his end. However, no matter how they cursed, they could not stop the fact that their race was going to be destroyed, killing millions of living beings with one palm. An Eldar true immortal laughed coldly. Curse. If you can destroy us Eldar with just a curse, then the top races are just a joke. Today, I will destroy you all. I want to see who else in the world dares to go against me, the Eldar. At this moment, the hearts of all the Eldar were filled with killing intent. Although they were born from plants and had a peaceful nature, it did not mean that they did not have any killing intent. On the contrary, the 100,000 years of accumulation of the Eldar had caused some of the Eldar to accumulate a strong killing intent in their hearts. Now that it had exploded out, it was enough to make one tremble in fear. Looking at the destroyed race in front of him, an Eldar true immortal said in a low voice, "This is the 39th race. The remaining races should have all joined together and are waiting for us to go over. So what if they have joined together? No matter how many ants there are, they are still ants. How can they fight against me, the Eldar? It is better that they have gathered together. It will save us the trouble of making a few more trips. We can just destroy them all in one fell swoop." A true immortal laughed coldly. They were not afraid of the races joining together. If the 100 races had joined together at the beginning, it would have been troublesome for the Eldar. But now, they had already destroyed 39 races. What could the remaining dozens of races do to stir up any trouble? Adding up the remaining true immortals of the smaller races, there were at most 100 of them. Now, the Eldar had sent out more than 200 true immortals. In terms of strength, it was a complete suppression. That's right. No matter how many ants there are, they cannot overturn the heavens. Today, we will destroy them all, destroying the 39 races. The Eldar's aura was like a rainbow, as if he could sweep through the world. When the Eldar destroyed the other races, the experts of the remaining races had all gathered together. There was anger and fear on every expert's face. Eldar is a maniac. Our true immortal didn't do anything. All he did was take a trip to that mountain range, and yet he was killed by Ling Huang. That's one thing, but Eldar wants to lead an army to wipe us out. The Eldar was in the wrong in this matter, yet he still tried to kill them. A ruler was shocked and furious. Although Eldar's army had yet to reach him, it was almost there. According to the news, as many as 30 to 40 races had been destroyed. It was only half a day. Just by wiping out dozens of races, the number of lives lost numbered in the billions. To say that he was insane was an understatement. After saying this, another person said with an indignant expression, "The Eldar wants to kill us all, so we can't let him do as he pleases. Now that our races are united, no matter how strong the Eldar is, we have the confidence to fight back. At this time, you don't have to hide anymore. Some of the clans present here are likely related to some of the larger clans. Now that the spirit race is coming at us with such ferocious momentum, even though we have the confidence to resist them, we will only truly be safe if we can invite those larger clans to help us." No matter how many small races there were, they were still small races. It was good enough to have a true immortal of the lower 3 levels. They didn't have a top expert who could control a region. The strength that the Eldar revealed this time was so strong that it made people feel despair. Hearing this, there was also an emperor who continued, "My race has some connections with the Black Tiger. We have already sent a message. I think that soon, there will be Black Tiger experts coming." Black Tiger. Many of the emperors present were slightly shocked. The way they looked at that emperor changed. The tiger people were very strong. But after 100,000 years, the original tiger people had split into countless branches. Among them, the white tiger people were the top tiger people. Although the black tiger people were not as strong as the white tiger people, they were also a big race. Their strength could not be underestimated. Next, there were also emperors from other big races behind them who spoke one after another. Although the possibility of a small race joining hands with a big race was not high, there was still some hope. With dozens of races gathered together, there would always be a few races with big races standing behind them. Finally, an emperor who had been silent all this time slowly spoke. My race has some connections with the Kirin clan. Now that my race has sent a message, I'm not sure if the Kirin clan will help. Kirin people. These 3 words caused the scene to explode. All the emperors looked at that emperor and instantly recognized his identity. The Martin Emperor. Diao Huang. Diao Huang is actually related to the Kirin people. That's great. That's right. The Kirin people are also a top race. Their strength might not be much weaker than Eldar's. With the Kirin people stepping in, Eldar should be much quieter. Instantly, after the shock, many rulers felt much more at ease. If the Kirin people stepped in, Eldar would not offend a top race for such a small matter. Judging from the current situation, they had offended Eldar because of a small matter. Now that Eldar had made a big fuss and killed dozens of races, he had vented a lot of his anger. With another top race stepping in, it would not be a big problem for Eldar to stop while he was ahead. Facing everyone's words, Diao Huang's face showed some pride, but he immediately restrained it and shook his head slightly. I'm just sending a message. I'm not sure if the Kirin people will really step in. If the Kirin people are not willing to step in, there's nothing I can do. Hearing this, Li Changsho said. The excitement in the hearts of those emperors disappeared a lot. However, someone said, it's best if the Kirin people can step in. If the Kirin people are not willing to step in, with the strength of a few big races and our current strength, we are not afraid of Eldar. This time, Eldar is in the wrong. The truth is on our side. There are enough reasons for those big clans to lend a hand. That's right. While they were talking, an aura that could crush the sky descended, causing the emperor's expressions to change. This aura, in just an instant, they understood the source. Eldar. Eldar was here. Without hesitation, all the emperors and the true immortals of the races stepped into the air. In the void, the aura of hundreds of millions of Eldar's army was like a prison. Just the leakage of their aura caused the surrounding space to shatter inch by inch. The more than 200 Eldar true immortals in the lead were even more terrifying. When the emperors of those races saw this scene, their expressions could not help but change again. At this moment, true immortal Eldar looked at the appearance of so many powerhouses and a cold smile appeared on his face. You really gathered together. That's good. My race doesn't have to waste time and need to search one by one. Chapter 10:13. The Eldar really wants to kill us all. An emperor of a clan roared. Our true immortal accidentally entered the mountain range. Besides, that mountain range is not the territory of your spirit clan. The fact that the spirit emperor killed our true immortal is already going overboard. Now, he wants to exterminate our spirit clan. Even if the Eldar is one of the top clans, they can't be so arrogant. Do they really not care about the other clans in the world? He questioned in a powerful and resonant voice. The 100 clans nodded in agreement. When they looked at the Eldar, their expressions didn't change at all. When he finished speaking, an Eldar true immortal said coldly, "How can the lives of a few true immortals be enough to offset the destruction of our emperor's opportunity? Only by destroying all of your clans can we vent our anger." At this point, he waved his hand, his face cold. Kill. Boom. Many Eldar experts attacked at once. Terrifying attacks gathered, and in an instant, the sun and moon dimmed, and the void within 1,000,000 miles shattered. When they saw this, although the true immortals of the 100 clans were shocked and furious, they had no intention of retreating. The Eldar wanted to kill them. Naturally, They couldn't just let themselves be killed. As long as they could delay for a while, the other clans would send experts to help. Rumble. As the true immortals of the 100 clans attacked, the situation went completely out of control. The true immortals attacked. Their momentum was enough to destroy the heavens and the earth. Now, there wasn't just one true immortal attacking. Including the Eldar true immortals, the number of true immortals of the 100 clans exceeded 300. So many experts attacked. They said they were going to destroy the heavens and the earth. That wasn't an exaggeration at all. Since the Eldar wants to kill us all, then we don't have to worry about anything. Kill him. Diao Huang roared, revealing his true form. He transformed into a 1,000,000-meter-tall divine marten and charged at an Eldar true immortal. The Marten clan was one of the stronger clans among the smaller clans. As the emperor of the Marten clan, Diao Huang wasn't just a first heaven immortal. He had reached the peak of second heaven immortal. Together with the clan's fortune, it wasn't impossible for him to fight a third heaven immortal. However, Diao Huang also understood the logic of picking the weakest persimmon. Therefore, his target was not some powerful true immortal, but a true immortal Eldar of the first heaven immortal realm. When that Eldar true immortal was targeted, he instantly felt a great sense of terror. However, he didn't retreat either. Although Diao Huang was strong, it was impossible for him to kill him instantly. As long as they weren't killed in an instant, there would naturally be experts from the same race who would come to their aid. Therefore, when the Diao Huang attacked, the Eldar true immortal did not retreat. Instead, he revealed his true form and turned into a towering tree. Numerous roots danced in the void like a terrifying beast. Rumble. The roots were infused with the power of laws, and they danced wildly like silver snakes, causing black cracks to appear in the void. Regarding this, Diao Huang smiled coldly, and his immortal essence blasted out, directly destroying the void. A large number of tentacles broke from the middle, and dark green branches and leaves scattered in the sky, causing that Eldar true immortal to let out a painful cry. A mere true immortal dares to stop me. Today, I'll kill one of your Eldar true immortals and let you Eldar understand that the Marten clan is not to be trifled with. Killing intent surged in his heart. Eldar had already stepped on his face. If he didn't retaliate, what face would he have left? Therefore, kill. He had to kill. Anyway, the Marten clan had the existence of the Kirin people behind them. Even if he killed the Eldar true immortal, at most, the Eldar clan would migrate. With the protection of the Kirin people, he didn't believe that Eldar would really start a war with a top clan. At this moment, there was a rain of blood falling from the sky. A true immortal of the 100 clans couldn't win and was finally killed by the Eldar true immortal. Blood rained down. The killing intent in the world seemed to be attracted by something and gathered towards the battlefield. All of a sudden, the eyes of a severely injured true immortal of the 100 clans turned red and his body suddenly exploded. Boom! The power of a true immortal's explosion was unparalleled. The Eldar true immortal who was fighting was caught off guard and was directly blown up. In an instant, his physical body shattered. Even if he was one realm higher, there was no way he could withstand the aftermath of this destruction. However, for a true immortal expert, the destruction of the physical body didn't mean death. Being reborn from a drop of blood was a piece of cake. The Eldar true immortal's physical body had just been destroyed and in the next breath, it recovered. However, just as his physical body recovered, a true immortal of the 100 clans saw the opportunity and attacked again. Bang! The powerful force cracked the Eldar true immortal's physical body again. Next, another cold saber light tore through the air. Before the Eldar true immortal's physical body could recover, it directly destroyed his soul. His soul was destroyed. The true immortal died. Crack! There was a thunderous explosion in the sky and soon, a rain of blood fell. But the difference was, this time, it wasn't the true immortal of the 100 clans who died, but Eldar's true immortal. How dare you kill our Eldar true immortal? You're courting death. The true immortals on Eldar's side were all enraged. Eldar didn't lose any true immortals after destroying the 39 clans, but now, a true immortal died not long after the battle began. Although one more true immortal or one less true immortal didn't mean much to Eldar. But being killed by another race on the spot still made him angry. Boom. 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 When true immortals on both sides died, the two forces were completely in a frenzy. Since then, blood rained down endlessly. Almost every once in a while, a true immortal would die. Or self-destruct. Or be killed. In the distant void, there were experts watching this battle. What's wrong with Eldar? He won't stop until he destroys the 100 clans. Who knows? The power of the top clans is really despairing. Even if the 100 clans join forces, it's almost impossible for them to fight against Eldar. And under such circumstances, Ling Huang hasn't even made a move yet. Ling Huang. Hearing the two words Ling Huang, the expressions of all the hidden experts changed drastically. The Spirit Clan's ruler had only attacked a few times. However, every time he made a move, it was earth-shattering. For example, not long ago, he killed over 100 true immortals in one go with a completely overwhelming momentum. Over 100 true immortals joined forces and couldn't do anything at all. That kind of strength, it was definitely not something that ordinary true immortals could contend against. It could be said that, if Ling Huang personally made a move, the true immortals of the 100 clans would probably be wiped out in an instant. Then, there were some experts who were bewildered. I don't think Ling Huang will make a move. An expert of his level will affect the whole situation. Unless it's absolutely necessary, he will stay in the Eldar Mountains. Besides, the 100 clans can't fight against Eldar now, so there's no need for Ling Huang to make a move. Hearing this, there were also some experts who nodded in agreement. Among the many hidden experts, a few middle-aged men in black with tiger stripes were silently watching the changes in the battle. Chapter 10:14. Should we make a move? A few middle-aged men were talking with their divine thoughts. Hearing this, the man in the lead pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. We'll definitely make a move. The people of that clan have some relationship with my emperor. If we let them be destroyed by the Eldar, we won't be able to explain it to my emperor when we return. But Eldar is now aggressive. Even if we make a move, it'll be difficult to contend against them. If we can avoid making a move, then we won't. With my reputation as the Black Tiger, I believe Eldar will give us some face, the man in the lead said. It was just that when he spoke, he didn't have much confidence in his heart. If it was in the past, it wasn't strange for Eldar to give some face to the Black Tiger. But now that Eldar was in a frenzy and both sides had true immortals fallen, it was hard to say whether the other party would give them face or not. Let's go. After saying this, the leader took the lead and appeared from the void. The other people also showed up. A powerful aura swept out and directly entered the battlefield. In an instant, it attracted the attention of many true immortals. The grudge between Eldar and the 100 clans, I don't want anyone to interfere. Ling Xian sent an emperor flying with a palm strike and then looked coldly at the person who came. He was the person in charge of leading the Eldar army to destroy the 100 clans and was also a top expert among the Eldar. Although he wasn't as strong as Ling Huang, his strength couldn't be underestimated. When the Black Tiger people appeared, Ling Xian didn't have much fear and only gave a warning. Hearing this, the leader cupped his hands with a gentle smile on his face. I'm the Black Tiger, the Black Abyss. I have no intention of interfering with Eldar. It's just that the Madara Tiger people have some relationship with my Black Tiger. My emperor hopes that Eldar can give the Madara Tiger people a way out. Other than that, Black Tiger would never interfere in other matters. At the same time, if Eldar agrees, the Black Tiger will owe Eldar a favor and will definitely repay it in the future. After saying this, Ling Xian's eyes flickered. He had some understanding of the Madara Tiger people. They were a small clan among the 100 clans. Their strength was average. What he didn't expect was that a small spotted tiger people was actually related to the Black Tiger. Release. He still wouldn't let go. This was a problem. No matter what, the Black Tiger was still a large clan, and not just any ordinary large clan. Many years ago, the current ruler of the Black Tiger had obtained a great opportunity from somewhere, and his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. Very soon, he had established a new branch of the tiger people called the Black Tiger. Regarding this, naturally, this caused many tiger people to be dissatisfied. Unfortunately, the strength of the Black Tiger's ruler was tyrannical. Even if the other branches were dissatisfied in their hearts, there was simply no way to deal with the other party. So, the Black Tiger was established just like that. And for so many years, it had been standing between heaven and earth without falling. If it was an ordinary large clan, Ling Xian would have ignored it long ago. But the Black Tiger was different. According to Ling Huang, although the Black Tiger's strength was not as strong as the top large clans, it was not much worse. At this time, the battle in the field was over in a flash. The striped tiger emperor's body was broken by the other Eldar true immortals. He looked at the black abyss in the sky and immediately asked for help. "Brother the Black Abyss, save me." Hearing the cry for help, the Black Abyss also saw the severely injured and dying striped tiger emperor. Without hesitation, he directly acted, wanting to save the striped tiger emperor. This move completely angered Ling Xian. Impudent. Without the permission of Eldar, he acted on his own accord. It was obvious that he did not put the Eldar in his eyes. At this time, what Black Tiger? What Black Tiger Emperor? Ling Xian could not be bothered to care about them. Since the Black Tiger did not give face to the Eldar, then the Eldar did not need to give face to the Black Tiger. Boom. Ling Xian directly acted. The terrifying power caused the Black Abyss's expression to change greatly. The other party was the strongest person below Ling Huang. Although his strength was not at the level of an upper 3 true immortal, he was almost at the peak of the middle 3 true immortals. In view of this, the Black Abyss did not dare to relax in the slightest. He withdrew his hand midway and also struck out with a palm. Boom. The two palms collided. The rules were shattered. The Black Abyss's body shook and could not help but retreat. It was only a short exchange, but the winner was already decided. Although he was also a middle 3 true immortal, he was hovering around the 5th true immortal. Ling Xian in front of him was a 6th true immortal. Eldar, don't go too far. TMPH, when did you, Black Tiger, have the right to tell my clan what to do? Alright, let me see how strong Eldar is today. The Black Abyss was so angry that he laughed. He was also angered by Ling Xian's arrogant words. There was a certain gap in their strength, but the gap was not so big that it could not be made up. Now that the striped tiger emperor was about to be killed by Eldar, no matter what, he had to act. If he retreated without a single move, his emperor would definitely punish him. The Black Abyss attacked in anger. Ling Xian sneered and did not stop attacking. So what if Black Tiger was strong? In front of Eldar, he was completely not strong enough. Not long after the two exchanged blows, more experts from the big clans arrived. Their goal. Like Black Tiger, they wanted to fish out 1 or 2 clans. Now that Eldar was in a killing frenzy, these big clans did not expect Eldar to let the 100 clans go. Anyway, they just wanted to fish out the clans related to them. They believed that Eldar would give them face. However, just as those big clans experts were about to speak, Ling Xian cursed. "Scram, no one can stop Eldar from killing people. If you know what's good for you, get out of here immediately. Eldar is too arrogant. Impudent." Those big clans experts were so angry that their faces turned green. They had spoken nicely, but the other party had cursed at them the moment they opened their mouths, not giving them any face at all. For experts, face was a very important thing. Ling Xian was openly slapping their faces and the clans behind them. This matter was not so easy to resolve. If they retreated, they would definitely be laughed at by other forces. Looking at the clans that were fighting with Eldar, those big clans experts were determined. They immediately looked at Ling Xian and sneered. "I heard that Eldar is very strong. Let's see how strong he is." After that, several big clans experts directly joined the battle. Eldar was strong. If it was just a single big clan, they would definitely not dare to become enemies with Eldar. But it was different now. There were dozens of clans present. Even if they really angered Eldar, all the clans would join forces and Eldar would have to be wary. Top clans. It was not that no one could fight against them. It was because of this that these big clans' experts dared to openly attack. Okay, Eldar, will take all of them. Ling Xian's murderous intent manifested. He was not afraid of those experts at all. Eldar had mobilized all his clans. He would kill as many enemies as there were. Chapter 10-15. Eldar is crazy. In the human race, Feng was stunned. He had been paying attention to this battle since the beginning, but he hadn't made any preparations. At the front, Eldar killing hundreds of races for a small matter was a bit too much. But considering Eldar's strength, although Feng was a bit arrogant, Eldar had the confidence to be arrogant, so it wasn't a big problem. But now it was different. Several large races came forward and wanted to deal with a few races. Eldar didn't give them face, but he also involved the experts of those large races. In this way, the situation might go out of control. In the past, Eldar had always been low-key. Even if there were races provoking him, there wouldn't be any big disputes. What's going on this time? No matter how hard Feng thought, he couldn't understand Eldar's purpose. In his memory, the Astrals were gentle in their dealings and rarely made enemies with other races. So, among the many top races, Eldar gave the other races the best impression. In addition to Eldar's strength, the other races wouldn't easily provoke Eldar. Looking at the present, Eldar's way of doing things was completely different from his usual way of doing things. While Feng was puzzled, Godslayer, who had been staying in the Human Emperor's palace, a calm voice came out. Human Emperor, don't tell me you haven't noticed that the killing power between heaven and earth has become active. An abrupt voice. It startled Feng. Immediately, he looked in the direction of the voice and saw Godslayer standing in the main hall. Sir, can you talk? He had never known that this stone saber could actually communicate with him. At the front, even the wind treated it as an inanimate object. Hearing this, Godslayer was speechless. Of course I can talk. Any top divine weapon can give birth to intelligence. Don't underestimate me. Ben Huang was rude. Feng was stunned for a moment, then he came back to his senses and apologized embarrassedly. If it was someone else, he definitely wouldn't apologize. However, the Godslayer was a divine weapon left behind by Qin Shujian. Even though he was a Ren Huang, he did not dare to take it lightly. Subsequently, Feng recalled what Godslayer had said earlier. You mentioned just now that the killing in the world has become more active. What does that have to do with Eldar's actions? Human Emperor, there's something you don't know. Heaven and earth is particular about prosperity and decline. Now that the myriad races in the world are flourishing and have almost reached a peak, a calamity is bound to descend from the heavens and earth. If they couldn't overcome the tribulation, the myriad of races would decline, and some races might even be destroyed because of it. However, if they survived the calamity, there would still be a portion of races that would decline. However, there would also be a portion of races that would take this opportunity to break through their limits and ascend to a whole new level. Now that the world is filled with killing, it's a sign that the great calamity is about to begin. If I'm not wrong, Eldar's battle is just a prelude. There will be even more intense battles in the future. At that time, no race will be able to avoid it. Godslayer said calmly. He was a divine weapon that focused on killing. Therefore, he was very sensitive to the killing power of heaven and earth. In addition to that, he had existed in the upper-class world for hundreds of millions of years. The rise and fall of the myriad races. The destruction of races. He had experienced all of them one by one. The current situation of the myriad races was very similar to the situation of the myriad races in the ancient times. Therefore, Godslayer could conclude that it was time for the myriad races in the inner world to break out into a great war. The calamity of heaven and earth. The myriad races are going to war. Feng's expression suddenly changed. He didn't doubt the truth of Godslayer's words. Instead, he was considering the gains and losses of this matter. It was true that the human race was a top race now, but their strength wasn't truly top-notch. A war had really begun. Feng wasn't sure if the human race could successfully survive the calamity. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but ask Godslayer for advice. I wonder if you have a way to help the human race survive this great calamity. Whether or not the human race can successfully survive the calamity will depend on themselves. I don't have any good ideas. If any race wants to survive the calamity, they have to rely on their own opportunities, luck, and strength. Right now, the human race is powerful and has deep opportunities and luck. I think the success rate of surviving the calamity won't be low. Godslayer comforted him. Then, he changed the topic. If the human race really can't survive, the human emperor doesn't have to worry too much. According to the deal, if the human race is in danger of being exterminated, I will take action 3 times. With the current strength of the human race, I will cooperate with my strength. Right now, there are no experts in the world who can threaten us. The strongest in the inner world was only a 7th level immortal. It wasn't that Godslayer was praising himself. If the wind in front of him worked with him, not to mention a 7th level immortal, even an 8th level immortal could be killed. With this strength, there was no need to be afraid of the experts of the myriad races at all. It was just that he couldn't take the initiative to attack. Otherwise, it would destroy the balance of heaven and earth. He could only stay with the human race and passively attack. When the human race was about to be destroyed, he could only help them. Even so, in Godslayer's opinion, it was enough. He didn't dare to say anything else, but just this great calamity in front of him, the human race definitely wouldn't be destroyed. Unless the myriad races could produce a 9th level immortal expert. However, this possibility wasn't high. Right now, the top experts were only 7th level immortals. It wasn't an easy task to produce a 9th level immortal expert. Godslayer's confident words made Feng feel slightly more at ease. He wasn't really afraid of the great calamity. He was just worried about the future of the human race. After all, as long as the calamity started, the casualties of the human race couldn't be avoided. Suppressing his guesses about the great calamity, Feng couldn't help but ask a question that had been in his heart for a long time. May I ask, what is the background of the Venerable One? He was really curious about the background of Qin Shujian. From the other party, Feng was almost certain that perhaps outside the world, there was still an even vaster world, and that Venerable One was an expert in that world. Otherwise, it was difficult to explain why the other party came and went without a trace. He only appeared in the world once after so many years. Before the other party appeared, with the power of the human race, there was no way to find out any information. It was obvious. The time when the Venerable One disappeared definitely didn't stay in the world. Facing the question, the god-slaying saber replied indifferently. There are some things that you can't care about now. I can only tell you that with his strength, if he wants to destroy the myriad races of the world, it's just a thought. The human race is favored by him. That's an opportunity for the human race. As long as you seize it well, the achievements of the human race in the future are beyond your imagination. Hearing this, Feng fell silent. Godslayer continued. When you have the chance to reach the peak of the world in the future, you will understand. After saying that, he added in his heart, cultivate well, human emperor. Chapter 10:16. The great tribulation of heaven and earth is actually caused by me. Who would have thought? Qin Shujian had just left a small clan after throwing down a weapon, when he was attracted by Eldar's great battle. He was the creator of the world. How could the active killing power of the world escape his senses? In Qin Shujian's eyes, right now, the killing power drifting between heaven and earth had already reached an extremely frightening level. If someone knew how to pry into fate, they would be able to see that the world had been dyed a faint blood red at some point in time. A blood red world. The Great Tribulation had arrived. It was a sign that the world was about to experience a great tribulation. He could understand the ins and outs of the matter just by pinching his fingers and divining. The great tribulation of heaven and earth. Who would have thought that it would be used on Eldar? It seems that as the #1 clan in the world, Eldar will have to bear the responsibility of opening the Great Tribulation. But that's fine too. The creator of the Great Tribulation is both a crisis and an opportunity. If he can survive the Great Tribulation, even if he doesn't become a Dao fruit, he'll at least reach the peak of the 9th level of Immortal Realm, or even the half-step Dao fruit realm. Qin Shujian looked in the direction of Eldar. Even though they were billions of miles apart, they still couldn't block his sight. The Eldar Mountains. It was currently surrounded by a large amount of killing power. The Skyreach Genmu was also being corroded by the killing power. Faced with the killing power of the Great Tribulation of heaven and earth, even a half-step Dao fruit realm cultivator might be corroded if they weren't careful, let alone a 7th level immortal. Not reaching Dao fruit. They would never be able to break free from the restraints of the world. Thus, when the Great Tribulation came, they might not be able to completely escape. For Qin Shujian now. Although the Great Tribulation of heaven and earth was still powerful, as long as he didn't fall into it, there wouldn't be any problems. How could I fall into it? No matter what, I'm still the creator of this world. Qin Shujian found the idea that popped up in his mind laughable. Then, he stopped thinking about it. A great tribulation of heaven and earth was a great tribulation of heaven and earth. Without it, how could a supreme expert rise to the top? In all the previous epochs, calamities would appear every once in a while. Any race that could survive the calamity would definitely give birth to a supreme expert of an era. However, not all of the tribulations could be overcome. If they couldn't cross it, then the world would fall into a period of low tide, and there would be a lack of experts to oversee the situation. The Great Wide World. The final battle of ancient times was just like that. It was the same for the final battle of the ancient times. In those two wars, it was equivalent to no race surviving the calamity. Both sides suffered losses. The difference was that in the ancient times, it was the fiend abyss that invaded, but it was also a calamity for the myriad races. Therefore, the myriad races could not be considered to have survived the two calamities. As such, they fell into a long period of low tide. The upper 3 true immortals were nowhere to be seen, while the middle 3 true immortals dominated. Furthermore, true immortals were isolated, and celestials were revered. Qin Shujian naturally did not wish for his inner world to end up like the vast 1,000 domains after the destruction of ancient times. After all, if it really reached that level, the 10,000 races would be weak, and the number of experts that could be born could be counted on one's fingers. It wasn't beneficial to his plans. No matter what, he was the one who opened up his inner world. All the living beings in it were his backup forces. Qin Shujian also hoped that one day, when his calamity came, the experts in his inner world would be able to give him some help. It wasn't that the Dao fruit didn't have a calamity. It was just that the calamity of the Dao fruit wasn't in the world, but somewhere else. If necessary, I'll make a move. But now that the calamity has just begun, there's no need for me to interfere. Qin Shujian shook his head. He ignored the question of the calamity. As long as the myriad races weren't completely destroyed, he wouldn't interfere at all. Similarly, if things really reached that stage, Qin Shujian wouldn't really stand by and do nothing. He restrained his thoughts. He headed to the next race. Right now, the great calamity had only just begun. It hadn't reached a stage where it completely erupted. Many races were still in a wait-and-see state and hadn't been swept into the great calamity. However, Qin Shujian wasn't sure. When would the great calamity erupt? Perhaps in a few days, perhaps in a few years. It wasn't certain. But there was one thing he was sure of. That was, once the calamity truly erupted, it would definitely engulf all the races in the world. No one would be spared. What realm does the Emperor of Heaven think we have to reach before we can truly escape the calamity and live forever without being troubled by all things? The heavenly cycle star diagram suddenly asked, sensing something. Hearing this, Qin Shujian's expression was calm as he looked up at the sky. There were endless rules intertwining there. I don't know. But wherever there are rules, there will be calamities accompanying them. Perhaps one day, I will be completely above all the rules and not be afraid of calamities. However, he didn't know how to completely surpass the rules. Even at his current realm, Qin Shujian didn't dare to say that he was completely above the rules. At most, he was above the rules of heaven and earth. However, above the rules of heaven and earth, there were also the rules of the universe. Outside the universe, there was real power surrounding it. As for what was behind the real power, Qin Shujian wasn't sure. Only when he reached the real level would he be able to see the next level of scenery. Before reaching that realm, there was no need for any guesses. Immediately after, Qin Shujian didn't think too much about it. A race had already appeared in his sight. He believed one day he would reach that level. After the fall of the Third Era, to the rebirth of this era, and then to understand and evolve the path of the heaven and earth system, thus opening up the inner world. Everything was developing in a good direction. I only hope that this seclusion in the time formation will allow me to gain more. It's about time for those players to return. After the appearance of Hong Jun from the desolate Great World, the people from the other great worlds, as the movements of those players became bigger and bigger, also attracted their attention. Until now, Qin Shujian basically met the people from those great worlds. Of course, the so-called meeting was only his Emperor of Heaven incarnation meeting the other party. In fact, they didn't return to the great wide world. Those people were also in a vague state of their own strength. But Qin Shujian was sure. It wouldn't be long before those people returned to the great wide world. At that time, it would also be a big problem. Just like Dao ancestor Hong Junyi. Such a person wouldn't dare to be under others. So, he was now using the time formation to cultivate in seclusion to promote the evolution of the inner world. To a large extent, it was to improve his strength to deal with the subsequent problems. Chapter 1017. From Qin Shujian's point of view. A time flow rate of 200,000 to 1 was enough for his inner world to evolve to a terrifying state. At that time, his strength would also increase correspondingly. The world was endless. The rules were also endless. Although his inner world had been upgraded to the level of a great wide world, the rules were still a little weaker than a mature great wide world. The follow-up. Qin Shujian was waiting. He was waiting for his inner world to evolve more rules of heaven and earth, and for the existing rules to continue to strengthen. Only in this way, his strength would steadily increase. The world is endless, and my strength can also be endless. Give me millions of years, my strength will definitely reach a higher level. When I face Luo Hu, he may not be able to escape. As for Hong Jun, Qin Shujian's lips curled into a mysterious smile. Regarding this Dao ancestor who had been famous for a long time, he also wanted to truly witness the other party's strength. Luo Hu was very strong. But at the beginning of the First Era, he lost to Hong Jun. At that time, Hong Jun was definitely not at his peak, so the current Hong Jun might be even stronger. Although he had defeated Luo Hu, at that time, Luo Hu had not been at his peak. In view of this, Qin Shujian understood that his current strength was roughly the same as Luo Hu at his peak at the beginning of the First Era. In this way, compared to Hong Jun, he was definitely half a level lower. Of course, such a gap did not mean that he would definitely lose in the end, but there was no way to suppress it. However, if the inner world was allowed to evolve for millions of years, there was a high chance that it could be suppressed. Qin Shujian was just thinking about it. Unless Hong Jun really attacked him, there was no need to start a battle for Dao fruits. Boom! A true immortal self-destructed. Blood rained down. Many creatures were caught off guard and were swept in by this force. Their bodies were destroyed, and they completely died. Puff! Ling Xian coughed up blood. Although he was a true immortal at the peak of the middle 3 tiers, his opponent was also extraordinary. The Black Abyss was a level 5 true immortal, and a few true immortals from large clans. There were a total of 5 middle 3 true immortals attacking together. Even if he was a 6th heaven immortal, they would not be able to withstand such an attack. However, while Ling Xian was holding back the 3 middle-level true immortals, Eldar's other true immortals were slaughtering the true immortals of the 100 tribes. Eldar was one of the top clans. Naturally, Ling Xian was not the only one among the middle 3 true immortals. In fact, excluding Ling Xian, Eldar had sent out a total of 8 true immortals. These 8 mid-3rd level true immortals were nightmarish existences for the true immortals of the 100 races. At the beginning, the true immortals of the 100 races could still hold their own. But as the battle progressed, the situation became one-sided. Massacre. It was a bloody massacre. The true immortals of the 100 races were completely incapable of fighting back. One by one, the true immortals were heavily wounded. Some were true immortals. He was going to self-detonate to take the true immortal of the spirit race down with him. True immortals self-destructed. The power was unparalleled. Some Eldar true immortals were caught off guard and were indeed killed by the self-destruction. But in this way, the true immortals on Eldar's side were completely enraged. "You're courting death." An Eldar powerhouse at the middle 3 true immortal level had bloodshot eyes. He looked at the true immortals of the 100 races with a sickly smile on his face. Then, he charged into the group of true immortals of the 100 races and his body exploded. A true immortal self-destructed. And it was a middle 3 true immortal self-destructing. At that moment, a large number of true immortals of the 100 races died. They did not even have time to scream before they were devoured by this destructive force, leaving nothing behind. After all, the power of a middle 3 true immortal self-destruction was almost comparable to an attack from an upper 3 true immortal. Those lower 3 true immortals had no chance of resisting at all. Just for a moment, half of the true immortals of the 100 races were killed. Dozens of true immortals died without any ability to resist. At this moment, the remaining Eldar true immortals were also in a frenzy. They took advantage of the true immortals of the 100 races to attack with all their might and kill even more true immortals who were injured. A rain of blood filled the sky. There was not a single moment of rest. True immortals died one after another. There were true immortals of the 100 races and Eldar. But compared to the number of Eldar true immortals who died, more true immortals of the 100 races died. At this moment, the other top clans, as well as the powerhouses of the other races, were all watching the battle between the Eldar and the 100 races. Until now, the number of true immortals who had died had already reached over 100. Together with the hundreds of true immortals who had been killed by Ling Huang not long ago, more than 200 true immortals had died. It could be said that there were very few great battles in the world where more than 200 true immortals died in one go. Even in a battle between two top clans, the number of true immortals who died could be counted on one hand. The ones who died the most were cultivators below the true immortal level. But now, not to mention the countless number of diviners who had died on both sides, even a large number of true immortals had died. Eldar is really ruthless. Middle 3 true immortals self-destructed just like that. The Eldar didn't even give face to those top clans when they stepped in. This time, he's gone berserk. Some powerhouses shook their heads and sighed. The usually gentle Eldar had such a violent and bloodthirsty side to him now. It was completely unexpected. If it were the humans or other top clans who were massacring like this, it would still be acceptable. Eldar. There had always been very few disputes. But now, it was completely out of the ordinary. Needless to say, the outcome of the current situation was obvious. As long as the top clans didn't step in, the 100 races were doomed. Even if those top clans stepped in to help, they wouldn't be able to stop this. Noah the striped tiger emperor let out an indignant roar before he was devoured by a powerful force. This emperor had finally reached the end of his road. The black tiger had come. But even if the black tiger stepped in, there was no way to save him. When the striped tiger emperor died, the black abyss's expression was cold and ugly. He stared at Ling Xian in front of him. You actually dared to kill the striped tiger emperor. I, Black Tiger, will not let this matter rest. The striped tiger emperor had died. Their mission this time was considered a failure. Thinking of the relationship between the striped tiger emperor and their emperor, the Black Abyss was angry and frightened. If this matter wasn't handled well, they would be in big trouble. Hearing that, Ling Xian sneered disdainfully. Not willing to let this matter rest. When have I, Eldar, ever been afraid of a little black tiger like you? This is simply ridiculous. Today, the Black Abyss aside, even if the Black Tiger Emperor came in person, what could he do? When I, Eldar, do things, I never bother to answer to anyone. You, Black Tiger, are the same. As soon as he finished speaking, the void trembled. It was as if an extremely terrifying aura was crushing over. A vast and ethereal voice came from within. You talk big. Benhuang wants to see if you, Eldar, are strong enough to ignore me, Black Tiger. Chapter 1018. A voice. It covered the entire place, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. The Black Abyss's face was filled with joy. My Emperor. How could he not recognize this voice? Unlike the Black Abyss's ecstasy, Ling Xian's expression changed drastically. Black Tiger Emperor. From the voice just now to the aura that the other party revealed, they all made him feel terrified. One had to know. He was a 6th-level immortal powerhouse. Although he had not stepped into the ranks of the upper 3 true immortals, he was a top existence among the middle 3 true immortals. Black Tiger was only a large clan, not a top clan. The reason was, it was because Black Tiger did not have an upper 3 true immortal. Ever since Heaven and Earth was promoted to the upper-class world, the difference between a large clan and a top clan was whether there was an upper 3 true immortal powerhouse. If there was, even if that clan did not have any more powerhouses, it could still be considered a top clan. If not, then it could only be said to be a large clan. If there were only lower 3 true immortals, then it was a small clan. As for not having a true immortal, that was impossible. When Heaven and Earth was just born, many clans did not have a true immortal. But now, any clan would more or less have a true immortal. Clans without a true immortal, they had long been destroyed. So, now, even the weakest of clans had a true immortal. Even if that true immortal had just broken through to the 1st-level immortal. Back to the topic. The reason why Black Tiger was a large clan and not a top clan was because Black Tiger did not have an upper 3 true immortal powerhouse. Although the Black Tiger Emperor was strong, he was only a middle 3 true immortal. He was also a middle 3 true immortal. Ling Xian felt that he was not weaker than anyone. However, now that the Black Tiger Emperor had yet to appear, just the aura that leaked out made him feel a huge threat. That feeling. It was definitely not something that an ordinary 6th-level immortal could give. At this moment, the void collapsed silently. A middle-aged man in black with a dignified face suddenly appeared there. His aura moved without wind, like a tide of stars sweeping through heaven and earth. All true immortals. It was as if a terrifying force was pulling at their hearts, making it difficult for them to breathe. Black Tiger Emperor. The pupils of the true immortals who were hiding in the dark, as well as the other experts who were watching, suddenly shrank when they saw the Black Tiger Emperor appear. When did the strength of the Black Tiger Emperor become so strong? No, he's definitely not a middle 3 true immortal. He succeeded in breaking through. If that's the case, wouldn't the Black Tiger be one of the top clans? Many experts were shaken to the core. The aura of the Black Tiger Emperor was clearly not something that a middle 3rd-level true immortal could give off. In other words, it was very likely that the other party was an upper 3rd-level true immortal. If that was really the case, then the Black Tiger clan wouldn't be a large clan. Instead, they would be qualified to be ranked among the top clans. Black Tiger Emperor. When Feng saw the middle-aged man, his expression turned grave. The others did not dare to be certain whether the Black Tiger Emperor had successfully broken through or not. However, as the ruler of the human race, he was 100% certain that the Black Tiger Emperor was already an upper 3 levels true immortal. In this way, there was one more top clan in the world. It's rumored that the Black Tiger Emperor had a fortuitous encounter. Later on, he was able to advance by leaps and bounds, creating the Black Tiger clan in one fell swoop. At the same time, he allowed the Black Tiger clan to be ranked among the top clans. Unexpectedly, he's already an upper 3 levels true immortal. It seems that there's going to be some turmoil on the Tiger people's side. Feng first exclaimed in surprise. Then, a half-smile appeared on his face. He knew very well. The Tiger people were divided. The White Tiger people were the only top clan among the Tiger people. The White Tiger Emperor had always wanted to unify the Tiger people. However, because of the alliance of the other clans, there was no way for him to succeed. Now, the Black Tiger Emperor's breakthrough meant that there was another top clan among the Tiger people. Then, the status of the White Tiger people would also be threatened. The Tiger people were in internal strife. Feng seemed to have seen a corner of the future. The White Tiger people and the Black Tiger clan would eventually fight to the death one day. Whoever won would be able to truly unify the Tiger people. While he was exclaiming in surprise, the Godslayer's voice was a little strange. It's actually him. Hearing that, Feng turned his head to look at the stone saber. You know the Black Tiger Emperor? Millimeter, the Godslayer let out a soft hum and said, many years ago, when the Sky and the Venerable One were traveling the world, he once carried the Venerable One for hundreds of years. Later, he let him go. Now that so many years have passed, he has actually grown to such a level. He is really lucky. He originally wanted to say the Emperor of Heaven. Later, he remembered that Feng had always called him the Venerable One, and Qin Shujian did not say that he could expose his identity, so he changed his way of calling him the Venerable One. I see. The Godslayer's words made Feng seem to have found the reason why the Black Tiger Emperor's strength had soared. He had carried the Venerable One before. What kind of person was the Venerable One? He was a true supreme existence. No true immortal in the world could compare to him. The other party had carried such an expert before. To a certain extent, he was equivalent to the Venerable One's mount. With this identity, it was normal for his strength to soar. Perhaps the Venerable One had left behind some kind of cultivation method for the Black Tiger Emperor, allowing him to reach his current level. What good luck! Feng could not help but sigh. Why couldn't he encounter such a thing? He had become an upper 3 true immortal because he had created the human clan by chance and walked step by step to where he was today. However, the Black Tiger Emperor was neither the first batch of living beings in the world, nor was he the one who created the Tiger people. It was just that when he became stronger, he roped in a portion of the oppressed Tiger people and established the Black Tiger. Speaking of which, the other party's identity was much different from the first batch of living beings like them. But even so, the Black Tiger army still caught up with them. To this, Feng also felt admiration. After all, even if it was really a fortuitous encounter, not everyone could obtain this fortuitous encounter. On the other side, the appearance of the Black Tiger Emperor caused the battle to pause for a moment. The gazes of a large number of true immortals were focused on this Black Tiger Emperor. At this moment, the Black Tiger Emperor's expression was indifferent. Looking at the fallen striped Tiger Emperor, there was a slight fluctuation in his eyes. Then, his gaze fell on Ling Xian again. The Black Tiger has never had the intention to go against Eldar. In the end, the striped Tiger Emperor is also a member of our Tiger people. Eldar killed him without any explanation, which is not giving our Tiger people face. Now that you have publicly humiliated our Black Tiger, if Ben Huang doesn't do anything, he will undoubtedly be looked down upon by others. Rumor has it that you are the strongest person below Ling Huang. Today, let Ben Huang see how strong you are to be able to spout such arrogant word. As soon as he finished speaking, he lightly struck out with his palm. It looked like an ordinary palm, but in Ling Xian's eyes, it was a great terror. The materialized rules descended, as if the sky was collapsing. Boom. Chapter 1019. Kill. A great terror rose in Ling Xian's heart, but he was not afraid. He punched out with all his might, and all kinds of rule power erupted and collided fiercely. Boom, the two forces collided. In an instant, the rule power was destroyed. Ling Xian's body was hit by an extremely tyrannical force, and he fell into the void. Cracks appeared on his body, and blood splattered everywhere. The scene was silent. Ling Xian, who was known as the strongest person below Ling Huang, was injured by the Black Tiger Emperor with just one move. Such a gap. It made all the experts present look aghast. The Black Tiger Emperor slowly retracted his palm and looked at Ling Xian with an indifferent expression. "Is this why you dare to look down on me, the Black Tiger?" Cough, cough. Ling Xian covered his chest and coughed. His cracked body was recovering. That attack just now did not hurt him much. His body cracked. For a true immortal, it was just a superficial wound that could be quickly healed with his self-healing ability. What really hit Ling Xian was the gap in strength between the two sides. He thought that even if the Black Tiger Emperor was very strong, he could still contend against him. Who would have thought? It was just one move. He was already injured. Although it was not to the extent of being defeated, the difference in strength was obvious. The Black Tiger Emperor said indifferently, "I, the Black Tiger, have never had the intention to fight with Eldar. However, no matter what, the Madara Tiger people are still a branch of my Tiger people. Eldar wants to kill the Madara Tiger people because of some small matter. Isn't that a bit too cruel? Now that I, the Black Tiger, have stepped forward, Eldar is not willing to give face. Although the Black Tiger is not a strong race among the myriad races, it is not a race that Eldar can bully. Today, you, the Eldar, insulted my Black Tiger. Then, I, the Black Tiger, will see if you, Eldar, really have the strength to look down on the myriad races." His words. It made all the Eldar's expressions change drastically. If the Black Tiger Emperor did not display his powerful strength, they naturally would not be afraid of anything. But now, the strength displayed by the other party was simply appalling. Even someone as strong as Ling Xian was injured in one move. If the other party really went on a killing spree, no one would be able to resist Eldar. However, now that Eldar was determined to exterminate the 100 races, and his momentum had reached a peak, if he were to submit to the Black Tiger Emperor, then Eldar would lose all face. Therefore, no matter how difficult the situation was right now, Eldar had to hold on and not lower his head. If he were to lower his head at this moment, Eldar would lose all his face in the future. Regarding this, Ling Xian understood this very well. He stepped into the air again and stared coldly at the Black Tiger Emperor. The Black Tiger Emperor's strength is indeed strong, but if you want to order me, Eldar, around, you are still a little lacking. Since the Black Tiger Emperor insulted me, Eldar, then I, Eldar, will let you see if I have the strength to look down on the Black Tiger. As soon as he finished speaking, a towering tree appeared in the void. Ling Xian directly revealed his original body. The roots of the giant tree danced in the void, and every strike shattered the space. Endless Tao rhymes overflowed from it, symbolizing the aura of destruction. In the next moment, the roots broke through the air, and the rich rule power made one's heart tremble. Regarding this, the Black Tiger Emperor's expression was as usual. With a simple punch, all the rule power shattered in an instant. Boom, the roots broke, and blood splattered. Immediately after, he took another step forward, and a black tiger roared in the void. The sound waves shattered the vacuum, and the many roots that were waving in the void were destroyed inch by inch. Then, the black tiger phantom disappeared and turned into a shocking punch. Boom. One punch. It was just a simple punch. Ling Xian's original body was almost destroyed. You dare to insult me, the Black Tiger? You're courting death. The Black Tiger Emperor sneered arrogantly and punched out again. It looked like he was about to completely kill Ling Xian. Right at this moment, the void shook. An extremely tyrannical aura spread out from the direction of the Eldar mountain range. The ground below cracked. A tentacle of unknown length directly appeared from it, and as it swept across, all the void shattered. Boom, the fist collided with the tentacle, and two terrifying forces overflowed. The Black Tiger Emperor's figure did not move. The tentacle trembled slightly, and one could faintly see the signs of cracking. But very quickly, the crack disappeared without a trace. Ling Huang's strength is indeed worthy of his reputation. Today, Ben Huang has learned a lot. Glancing at the tentacle that appeared, the Black Tiger Emperor's gaze directly looked in the direction of the Eldar mountain range. Ling Huang, the first creature born between heaven and earth. Although the other party's original body had been staying in the Eldar mountain range without moving, the tentacle had long gone beyond the range of the Eldar mountain range. No one knew where it extended to. The tentacle that appeared now. It was just one of the many tentacles of the other party. It was not the real Ling Huang's attack. But even so, it could still block his attack. The strength of this Eldar Emperor was obvious. However, the Black Tiger Emperor did not intend to retreat. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression cold. I've long heard that Ling Huang's methods are heaven-defying, and his original body is also the heaven-defying Zhenmu. But Ben Huang did not believe it. Today, I'll ask Ling Huang to teach me a lesson. Let's see if it's really as the rumors say, that his strength is unrivaled. His voice was not loud, but it shook the surrounding space. All the true immortals present, as well as the experts hiding in the dark, were shocked when they heard this. A battle invitation, a public battle invitation. After the shock, the experts of the various clans revealed excited expressions. The Black Tiger Emperor inviting Ling Huang to battle was a good thing for them. After all, now that the Eldar had suddenly erupted with such a fierce momentum, exterminating hundreds of clans just like that, the other clans felt a great threat. This matter, if no one stopped the Eldar's momentum, the various clans would also be in danger. Moreover, Ling Huang's strength was tyrannical, but there was almost no one who had truly seen Ling Huang in action. They also wanted to see how strong Ling Huang was. Finished. The Black Tiger Emperor looked at the Black Abyss and the others and waved his hand. You guys go back first. Leave the matters here to Ben Huang. If they really fought with Ling Huang, the Black Abyss and the others might just be cannon fodder. The Black Tiger's foundation was still too weak. It was not worth it to bury a few true immortals here. Especially the Black Abyss. He could be considered the strongest person in the Black Tiger after him. If the other party was nurtured properly, he might be able to become an upper 3 true immortal in the future. So, the Black Tiger Emperor did not wish for the other party to die here. Hearing this, the Black Abyss also understood their Emperor's thoughts, nodded and replied, My Emperor's orders, we dare not disobey. Let's retreat. Finished. He left with a few true immortals. In this battle, the few true immortals were not seriously injured, so it was easy for them to retreat. When the Black Tiger's people retreated, the true immortals of the other clans also quietly retreated. Everyone could understand. Now that the Black Tiger Emperor had invited Ling Huang to battle, it would not be long before a shocking battle erupted here. At that time, it would be too late to leave. Chapter 1020. The experts retreated. Only the remaining true immortals of the 100 races and the experts on Eldar's side were left. Now, seeing that the situation was not right, the true immortals of the 100 races also wanted to retreat with their people. However, Eldar did not give them a chance at all. Ling Xian glared at the Black Tiger Emperor, then looked coldly at the 100 races. Kill them, don't leave a single one alive. The Black Tiger Emperor had challenged Ling Huang. At this moment, he no longer had to worry about the other party attacking. There was really a problem. Ling Huang would deal with it. So, he only had to be responsible for destroying the 100 races. Seeing Eldar attack, the true immortals of the 100 races all asked the Black Tiger Emperor for help. Black Tiger Emperor, please save us. Our races are willing to be the vassals of the Black Tiger. Please save us. Black Tiger Emperor. The Black Tiger Emperor was indifferent to the true immortals of the 100 races. In his eyes, the 100 races were all small races and could not be used. This time, he attacked mainly because of the Tiger people. Of course, Eldar had also publicly insulted the Black Tiger. Taking a step back. Even if he attacked, to be honest, the Black Tiger Emperor did not have the confidence to protect the 100 races. After all, Eldar was aggressive now, and the Black Tiger's overall strength was not as good as Eldar's. There was no doubt about this. Although he dared to challenge Ling Huang now, it was only a personal matter. If he dragged the entire Black Tiger to fight against Eldar just to save the 100 races, it would be completely reckless. So, the Black Tiger Emperor ignored the 100 races' cries for help. To this, the true immortals of the 100 races were in despair. Kill. Once again, the Black Tiger Emperor stood in the void with his hands behind his back, his mind calm like never before. He did not know when it started, but he had already gotten used to this action. Maybe it's because of that person. Thinking of the scene from many years ago, the Black Tiger Emperor smiled. If it was not for that person, he would not have reached where he was today. Time trickled by. In the Eldar mountain range, the aura that soared into the sky did not weaken in the slightest. Instead, it grew even more intense. In the end, the earth shook and the mountains shook. The Tongtian Genmu, which had been rooted in the Eldar mountains for countless years and had never moved, finally moved for the first time. The roots pierced through the air. Mountains collapsed. It was as if a volcano had erupted, causing even the heavens and earth to lose their color. My Emperor. In the Eldar mountains, all the living creatures raised their heads to look at the giant tree that seemed to support the heavens and earth. Their eyes were filled with reverence. Ling Huang, the Emperor of Eldar. His original body had always remained in the mountain range, not moving at all. Today, it was the first time he had left this place. That heaven-shaking might. This made all the Eldar feel reverence in their hearts. At the same time, all the top experts in the world locked their eyes on Tongtian Genmu. If one were to say, among all the upper 3 true immortals, the one with the strongest foundation would definitely be the Spirit Emperor. There was no other reason. His title as the number 1 living creature in the world was enough to erase all doubts. Number 1. Sometimes, it often represented many things. Those who were born later couldn't compare to the first living being that was born. Even the emperors of the top clans did not dare to say that they could definitely be compared to Ling Huang. Therefore, although they were very curious about Ling Huang's strength, no clan had ever dared to challenge the Eldar, the number 1 living creature in the world. In the sea, the dragons were lurking there. In the palace at the bottom of the sea, a terrifying true dragon lay quietly. When Ling Huang was born, the true dragon raised its head to look at the terrifying body that covered the sky and the sun. Its mind was also greatly shaken. Ling Huang is born. What a powerful aura. It is definitely not comparable to an ordinary upper 3 true immortal. The aura that Ling Huang revealed made the Emperor of the Dragons feel shocked. Even if he was defeated by Feng, he still scoffed at the strength of the human emperor. However, now facing Ling Huang was completely different. That terrifying aura made the Dragon Emperor's heart palpitate. That feeling. It was as if the other party wanted to kill him, he might not be able to escape. Such strength. It was simply shocking. Order all the dragons not to provoke the Eldar for the time being, and not to participate in the Eldar's struggle. The Dragon Emperor directly ordered. The current dragons had just fought a battle with the human clan and had not been replenished. It was not easy to have another Eldar opponent. Moreover, the aura that Ling Huang revealed was too strong, and it was not something that the current dragons could contend with. After giving the order, the Dragon Emperor's gaze passed by Ling Huang and looked at the Black Tiger Emperor in the void, a mocking smile on his face. An emperor who has just broken through to the upper 3 true immortal realm dares to provoke the first living being in the world. He is really too arrogant. If he dies in the hands of Ling Huang, the White Tiger Emperor will probably be very happy. Originally, the Black Tiger Emperor's breakthrough to the upper 3 true immortal realm had a great impact on the White Tiger people. But if the other party died in the hands of Ling Huang, then the situation would be different. To this, the Dragon Emperor could only sigh. The White Tiger people were really lucky. Ling Huang is about to make his move. Black Tiger Emperor, what confidence do you have to dare to provoke Ling Huang? On the mountain peak, the White Tiger Emperor's expression was calm. His gaze had always been fixed on the Black Tiger Emperor. However, when he looked at Ling Huang, who had just emerged from the Eldar Mountains, his gaze became serious. As for the Spirit Clan's ruler, the White Tiger Emperor did not have the confidence to fight against him. In his opinion, the Black Tiger Emperor's actions were no different from striking a rock with an egg. Do you really think that after breaking through to the upper 3 true immortal realm, you can rise to the top of the world? The upper 3 true immortals also have differences in strength. If you hibernate for a period of time, you might have the ability to fight against Ling Huang. As for now, the White Tiger Emperor shook his head and sneered. But this was also good. If the Black Tiger Emperor died in the hands of Ling Huang, then the White Tiger people would not have a problem unifying the Tiger people. Without the Black Tiger Emperor, the Black Tiger could only be considered weak among the big clans. As for the other big clans, to be honest, their strength was also very ordinary. The reason why the White Tiger people could not unify the Tiger people was because of the Black Tiger Emperor's obstruction. Now, as long as the Black Tiger Emperor died, all the problems would not be a problem. I hope that Ling Huang can really kill the Black Tiger Emperor on the spot like the rumors say. Otherwise, Ben Huang will have to waste some time. The White Tiger Emperor's gaze was cold. This time, the Black Tiger Emperor was definitely dead. Even if Ling Huang did not kill the other party, he would definitely not let the other party leave safely. If the Black Tiger Emperor was at his peak, the White Tiger Emperor would not have the confidence to kill the other party. But how could the other party not suffer any losses in the battle against Ling Huang? When that time came, the other party would still be at his mercy. Chapter 10:21. Ling Huang has appeared. The Great Tribulation of Heaven and Earth might really come. If the Great Tribulation of Heaven and Earth comes, we should also be prepared. Inside the volcano, there were 2 huge phoenixes soaking in it. The Phoenix clan. They were also a top clan. They had always been paying attention to the battle between heaven and earth. However, because the Phoenix clan had always kept a low profile and lived in a volcano, it was not something that ordinary creatures could get involved in. Therefore, even if it was a conflict between the 10,000 clans, no one would go to the Phoenix clan to cause trouble. In the magma, a 7-colored phoenix soared into the sky, and a pleasant female voice sounded from it. Although the volcano is good, if the Great Tribulation of Heaven and Earth really comes, it will definitely affect this place. I have a feeling that if we can't survive this Great Tribulation, even if our Phoenix clan isn't exterminated, it won't be any better. Phoenix Emperor. There were a total of 2 emperors in the Phoenix clan. One was the Phoenix Emperor. The other was the Phoenix Emperor. Hearing this, the Phoenix Emperor also nodded. The Great Tribulation of Heaven and Earth is inevitable. Now that I have successfully broken through, if you can also reach the upper 3 true immortals before the Great Tribulation, there won't be many people in the world who can threaten you and me. Because they were born together, they could also unleash extremely powerful strength when they worked together. If the Phoenix Emperor also broke through successfully, the Phoenix Emperor believed that they could even contend against an 8th-level immortal. In the current world, there was still no 8th-level immortal powerhouse. In other words, if the Phoenix Emperor successfully broke through, the Phoenix clan would be the #1 clan in the world. Soon. At most, in another 10,000 years, I will be able to successfully break through. The Phoenix Emperor nodded. 10,000 years. For the Phoenix clan, it was not too long. The Phoenix Emperor said, 10,000 years is not long. I'm afraid that the Great Tribulation might not be able to delay for 10,000 years. Hearing this, the Phoenix Emperor fell silent. Yes, now that the Great Tribulation was about to happen, it was almost impossible to give it 10,000 years. Let's wait and see. After the Phoenix Emperor said this, his voice fell silent. Eldar Mountain Range. Zhenmu rose into the sky. Then, Zhenmu disappeared and turned into a man in a green robe. Is this what freedom feels like? Ling Huang breathed in the air between heaven and earth. The spiritual chi within a radius of 1,000,000 miles was strongly attracted to him, gathering towards him like a whirlwind. In an instant, spiritual energy poured into his body. Hu! In the next breath, Ling Huang exhaled, and all the spiritual energy within 1,000,000 miles was destroyed. Heaven and earth were clear and bright. All the anomalies disappeared in an instant. Subsequently, he looked at the Black Tiger Emperor. Even though they were separated by billions of miles, they were still able to look at each other. Black Tiger Emperor. That's fine too. Let's test your strength and see if you're worth Ben Huang personally dealing with. Ling Huang's lips curled into a faint smile. He took a simple step forward and disappeared into the void in the blink of an eye. On the other side, Eldar was fighting against the 100 races. The Black Tiger Emperor stood in the air with his hands behind his back, waiting for Ling Huang to arrive. All of a sudden, endless gales surged in the void before him, as if they were about to shatter the world. The Black Tiger Emperor did not move, but a terrifying aura swept out from his body. In the end, the two auras collided fiercely. Boom! The void exploded. The endless darkness behind him was directly revealed. At the same time, in the place where the gale surged, a man in green suddenly appeared. The moment he appeared, the gale that had originally emerged disappeared in an instant. Everything was calm, without the slightest ripple. Seeing the man in green, the Black Tiger Emperor's eyes lit up. Ling Huang, Black Tiger Emperor. Ling Huang looked at him, his expression calm as usual. He raised his hand and pressed out a palm. A simple palm print was released, but it was as if it divided the yin and yang of heaven and earth. In the eyes of all the powerhouses, it felt as if heaven and earth were divided into two different spaces within the range of that palm. While they were in shock, the Black Tiger Emperor's expression was solemn. His body stood in the void without moving, and he directly punched out. Bang! With a punch, the void within hundreds of millions of miles was completely destroyed and shattered. The two forces collided, and both of them were destroyed in the void. In the next breath, there was a black tiger roaring. There was also Zhenmu rising into the sky. The two torrents of laws instantly bombarded together. Fight! Fight! When the two emperors met, they did not waste any words and directly fought together. The moment they attacked, the momentum was vast, and in the blink of an eye, the sun and moon lost their light. Within hundreds of millions of miles, a terrifying force covered the area. Any living being that stepped into it without permission would be crushed into powder. Whether it was the 100 races or Eldar, the moment the two emperors attacked, they all retreated at the same time. They did not dare to stay in the range of the aftermath of the battle at all. Boom! 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 In the eyes of ordinary living beings, they could not see the figures of the two emperors fighting at all. Only thunderous sounds could be heard, and the void was destroyed inch by inch. Very strong. Ling Huang's strength is definitely not comparable to an ordinary 7th-level immortal. Could it be that he is going to break through to the 8th-level immortal? Feng looked at the battle in the void, and the shock in his heart could be imagined. Even with his strength, after witnessing this battle, he was also greatly shocked. However, what really shocked this human emperor was the strength of the Black Tiger Emperor. Ling Huang was strong. That was something that everyone acknowledged. Therefore, even if the strength that the other party displayed was indeed terrifying, it still did not surprise people too much. However, the Black Tiger Emperor was different. The other party was clearly a newly advanced 3rd-level true immortal. In terms of foundation and strength, it was impossible for him to be comparable to Ling Huang. But until now, the Black Tiger Emperor did not show any signs of being at a disadvantage. On the surface, the other party did not look like a newly advanced 3rd-level true immortal. Instead, he looked like an expert who had broken through for tens of thousands of years and had a deep foundation. To be honest, with the strength that the Black Tiger Emperor had displayed, Feng was not confident that he could take down his opponent. In his opinion, the other party was stronger than the Dragon Emperor. If the Black Tiger Emperor doesn't die this time, the Black Tiger will officially rise. Feng muttered to himself. This battle attracted the attention of all the clans in the world. If the Black Tiger Emperor could really contend against Ling Huang, then the Black Tiger would definitely be able to leap into the ranks of the top clans, and the true top ones. At the side, Godslayer also sighed. His talent is really strong, to actually be able to contend against Ling Huang without being defeated. The chances of him advancing to the 9th level immortal in the future are not small. As the first living being in the world, as long as Ling Huang did not die, the 9th level immortal was a certainty. Now, the strength that the Black Tiger Emperor had displayed had also shocked Godslayer quite a bit. It was obvious. This Black Tiger Emperor would also have the qualifications to become a 9th level immortal in the future. However, there was a prerequisite, and that was that the other party could not die. If he died midway, then everything would be in vain. Chapter 1022. Rules filled the sky. Power intertwined. The Black Tiger Emperor's attack was unparalleled, like the reincarnation of the god of war. The shadow of a black tiger condensed in the void, roaring like thunder. Looking at Ling Huang again. At any time, he was strolling leisurely. With a wave of his hand, he revealed supreme power. No matter how fierce the Black Tiger Emperor's attack was, it was unable to move him at all. Until now, anyone could see that Ling Huang already had the upper hand. After all, the Black Tiger Emperor was a newly advanced true immortal. There was no way he could be compared to Ling Huang, a veteran true immortal. Not to mention, the other party was the first batch of living beings born in the world. He had a huge innate advantage. Therefore, the Black Tiger Emperor's defeat was only a matter of time. Boom! With a punch, the Black Immortal core power was like a bombardment of stars, suppressing Ling Huang. Seeing this, Ling Huang was not in a hurry and struck out with his palm. The Immortal core power penetrated his body. The Black Immortal core power was instantly destroyed, and the remaining power did not stop, heading towards the Black Tiger Emperor. Buzz! The Black Tiger Emperor raised his hand to block. After a slight tremor, his body fell into the void. Next, he directly broke through the void behind him and disappeared on the spot. Ling Huang's lips curled into a faint sneer. Then, he struck out with his palm again. As if it encompassed heaven and earth, it directly sealed the void for hundreds of millions of miles. The Black Tiger Emperor, who had disappeared into the void, was forced to appear. Seeing this, the Black Tiger Emperor's expression was fierce. He directly spat out a mouthful of essence blood, revealing the true form of a black tiger. A huge black tiger stood proudly in the sky. In the next moment, it fiercely slammed over, and the sealed space instantly shattered. Ling Huang's body trembled slightly. When he looked at the void again, there was no longer any trace of the Black Tiger Emperor. You ran fast. He did not intercept again, because there was no need. As an upper 3 true immortal, if the Black Tiger Emperor wanted to escape, it was impossible to kill the other party. Not to mention, the Black Tiger Emperor was not weak. Although he was not as strong as him, the difference was not big. Subsequently, Ling Huang looked at the other side of the battlefield, where the Eldar and the 100 races were fighting. The 100 races wanted to escape. However, Eldar had no intention of letting the 100 races retreat. Look at this. He struck out with his palm, and the terrifying palm force crushed all the spirit chi. When the true immortals of the 100 clans looked up, they saw that the sky had darkened, and a huge palm had covered everything. No. The true immortals of the 100 races shuddered inwardly. They wanted to flee, but there was no way for them to do so. In the end, he could only muster all his strength to strike at the palm in an attempt to fight for a chance at survival. Rumble. The void was destroyed. The next moment, it was a rain of blood. More than half of the remaining true immortals of the 100 tribes were wiped out by this palm. Kill. Today, 100 races will be exterminated. If anyone interferes, they will not rest until I, Eldar, am dead. Ling Huang withdrew his palm. To him, killing dozens of true immortals was as easy as killing dozens of ants. Cold words. coupled with the terrifying strength that he had just displayed. All the experts of the myriad races who were watching in the void felt their bodies turn cold. Strong. Terrifyingly strong. Even an expert like the Black Tiger Emperor was beaten to a pulp by the other party. Moreover, in this world, true immortals could be considered as experts. Many small races only had 1 or 2 true immortals guarding them. However, such powerful true immortals were like ants in front of the other party. The gap between the two could not be measured by a simple number. Now that more than half of the true immortals of the 100 races had died, and the remaining true immortals were half crippled, they could not resist Eldar's attack at all. Annihilation. In just an instant. This scene fell into the eyes of the myriad races, but no one stepped in to help. The deterrence in Ling Huang's words just now was not useless at all. Now that Eldar was in a killing frenzy, if anyone went over without permission, they might end up in the same situation. Soon. The 100 races were annihilated. After Ling Huang calmly scanned the void, he led Eldar's people away. From the beginning to the end. None of the experts spoke, and none of them made a move to stop him. Only after Eldar had completely left did someone appear from the void. Looking at the billions of lives of the 100 races below and the blood that had almost turned into a river, these experts' expressions were complicated. Eldar is really ruthless. Hundreds of races and billions of lives were slaughtered just like that. That's right. I originally thought that Eldar was the race that disliked killing the most among the myriad races. Now, it seems that I was too naive. Some experts shook their heads and laughed at themselves. Naive. Really too naive. They didn't even frown when they destroyed billions of lives. How could such a race not like killing? Immediately after, another expert sighed. The spirit race's name has spread far and wide in this battle. They wiped out hundreds of races in a single day, and hundreds of true immortals died here. Even someone as strong as the Black Tiger Emperor was forced to flee in defeat. Among all the top great clans, Eldar might really be ranked first. Eldar's strength has always been recognized. It's just that in the past, Eldar never cared about fighting. Now, they can be considered to have truly revealed the strength that a top great clan should have. Hearing this true immortal's words, the rest of the experts nodded in agreement. Indeed, Eldar's strength had always existed. It was just that in the past, Eldar never bothered to make a move. Now, they made a move. It was earth-shattering. After taking a deep look at the blood river below, all the true immortals turned and left. From their point of view, it didn't matter if the 100 races were destroyed. If their strength was inferior, it was normal for them to be destroyed among the myriad races. If they offended the crazy Eldar for the sake of some small clans, it would be an unwise choice. Eldar Mountain Range. Now, all the Eldar who had gone out to fight had all returned. The place where Ling Huang's main body was originally located, now the mountains had collapsed as if there was an endless abyss. Regarding this, Ling Huang directly used a great divine ability to heal the cracks in the mountains. Then, with a wave of his hand, he built Eldar's palace and sat on top of it. In the palace, Ling Huang sat upright above, his expression solemn. Although the killing power of heaven and earth still covered Eldar, he was now completely awake. He raised his head to look at the sky above the palace, as if he could see everything above. The great tribulation of heaven and earth. Do you want to use me, Eldar, to push the great tribulation to begin? Fine, then as you wish. Facing the tribulation. Early on, Ling Huang had felt something, but at that time, he had been blinded by the killing power, so he hadn't been able to calm down. But when he came back to his senses, he had no intention of stopping. There were pros and cons to pushing the Great Tribulation. Ling Huang would rather take a gamble. If he succeeded, the benefits would be unimaginable. Chapter 1023. Who? In the calm space, there was a hidden killing intent. The Black Tiger Emperor stopped and stood in mid-air, his cold eyes sweeping around. 1 breath. 2 breaths. All of a sudden, the void cracked open silently, and a terrifying palm stretched out from it, directly suppressing him. Seeing this, the Black Tiger Emperor was already prepared and also struck out with his palm. The two palms collided. The rules scattered. His body shook slightly, and he took a step back. The void under his feet exploded. When he looked ahead again, a person walked out. "It's really you, White Tiger Emperor." Looking at the person who came, the Black Tiger Emperor revealed a cold smile. It was as if he already knew that the person who launched the sneak attack would be the other party. Hearing this, the White Tiger Emperor's expression was calm. "It seems that you already knew. You tiger people always want to lead the tiger people. Now that Ben Huang has broken through, how can you really stand by and watch? However, even if I'm injured now, are you confident that you can kill me here? Whether I'm confident or not, we'll know after we fight." As soon as he finished speaking, the White Tiger Emperor's body suddenly moved, and a terrifying killing power erupted. Roar! The White Tiger roared. Immediately, the Black Tiger Emperor's body also moved, revealing the Black Tiger's original body. In an instant, in the void, two fierce tigers fought, one black and one white, like water and fire that could not tolerate each other. Boom! Boom! The battle between the two emperors, and both of them were powerhouses of the upper three grades, caused a huge commotion, and it was simply not enough to cover it. Those powerhouses of the 10,000 races had originally retracted their gazes from the Eldar matter and were preparing to make the next step, but now they were all attracted by the battle between the emperors of the two races. That's the White Tiger Emperor. The White Tiger Emperor ambushed the Black Tiger Emperor. It seems that he wants to take this opportunity to weaken the power of the other tiger people. In the Eldar mountain range, Ling Huang was attracted by the fluctuation and looked at a certain place in the void. He had no intention of making a move. The White Tiger Emperor ambushing the Black Tiger Emperor was a secret battle between the two tiger people, and it had nothing to do with him. On the contrary, if he made a move, the two rulers might join forces to deal with him. In that case, Ling Huang, on the other hand, was more than happy to sit back and watch the two tribes fight. No matter who won, the tiger people's situation would become even more severe. The weakening of the tiger people's strength was a good thing for Eldar. From the moment the Black Tiger Emperor made his move, Eldar and the Black Tigers were considered enemies. Although the White Tiger people seemed to be at odds with the Black Tigers, the two races originated from the same source and their relationship was incomparable. He looked at the battle. Ling Huang could not help but shake his head. It's a pity for the White Tiger Emperor. Originally, with his strength, it wouldn't be a problem for him to unify the tiger people. But now, the Black Tiger Emperor has appeared out of nowhere and become a stumbling block on his path to unifying the tiger people. That Black Tiger Emperor is very strong. Whether or not the White Tiger Emperor can deal with him is still unknown. Don't look at how the Black Tiger Emperor is injured. But he was very clear. The Black Tiger Emperor's strength did not decrease much at all. And the other party's foundation, to be honest. Although he had defeated the Black Tiger Emperor, he still had a lot of recognition of his strength. I don't know what kind of opportunity that Black Tiger Emperor obtained to have such a foundation. If you were given another 100,000 years, you might really be qualified to rise to the top of the world. Ling Huang sighed. The top of the world he was talking about was not the so-called upper three true immortals. There were many upper three true immortals now. Almost every top clan had one. However, among the upper three true immortals, there were also strong and weak ones. Regarding this, Ling Huang felt that he was at the top of the upper three true immortals. Human emperors and other experts were probably in the second echelon. The Black Tiger Emperor was in the third echelon. The White Tiger Emperor and Dragon Emperor were at the bottom. He did not say anything about this division to the outside world. It was just an evaluation based on his own strength. These years. Although Ling Huang did not leave the Eldar Mountains, he had a lot of understanding of what had happened in the world. He knew the strength of the various emperors. Although the Black Tiger Emperor was only in the third echelon, in fact, he was already qualified to be in the second echelon. Poor. It was just a little time. In Ling Huang's opinion, if the other party could maintain his current momentum, the Black Tiger Emperor would be able to be in the second echelon in at most 10,000 years. And to be on par with him, it would be about 100,000 years. After all, the higher the level of a true immortal, the slower the increase in strength. Of course, he was not standing still in his original position. Therefore, Ling Huang did not really think that the Black Tiger Emperor would be able to compare to him one day. Eldar has destroyed the 100 clans, and the killing intent of the world has become much stronger. Then, the 10,000 clans will erupt into even more intense battles, and the great calamity of the world will officially descend. I wonder how long this will last. Will it last until I successfully pass the 3 calamities and 5 tribulations? Thinking of the 3 calamities and 5 tribulations, Ling Huang's heart sank slightly. If there was anything that he was most afraid of now, it would be the 3 calamities and 5 tribulations. Until now, he had no clue about the calamity that was about to descend in the future. In fact, he did not have any premonition at all. However, Ling Huang knew very well that the 3 calamities and 5 tribulations would eventually come. Even if he did not have any premonition, the calamity would finally come one day. Because the person who said the 3 calamities and 5 tribulations was Qin Shujian. He believed the Venerable One's words without a doubt. Boom. Boom. The battle was still ongoing. As an upper 3 true immortal, the White Tiger Emperor was the strongest among the tiger people. Moreover, the White Tiger controlled the killing power of heaven and earth, and his attacks were incomparably fierce. Although the Black Tiger Emperor broke through later, his foundation was strong and he was not weak at all. Although he was injured by Ling Huang, it did not mean that his strength would drop by much. The void exploded. The ferocious tiger roared. The sound shook the 9 heavens, causing all the beasts to flee in all directions, not daring to approach at all. Inside the Black Tiger, the Black Abyss, who had just returned, had an extremely ugly expression. A Black Tiger true immortal said coldly, "The White Tiger Emperor dares to ambush my emperor at this time, not caring about our friendship as tiger people at all. This matter will not be settled easily. Kill the White Tiger people, slaughter them all, kill." Killing intent gathered inside the Black Tiger. The Black Abyss waved his hand. Although his expression was ugly, he still maintained a calm state. The White Tiger people have a strong foundation, and it is not something we can compare to now. If we rashly start a war, we will definitely suffer heavy casualties. Moreover, from the current battle, the White Tiger Emperor can't do anything to my emperor. As long as my emperor is fine, this debt will be settled sooner or later. For now, let's wait and see. Don't be rash. He also wanted to directly lead people to destroy the White Tiger people. However, thoughts were thoughts, and facts were facts. The Black Abyss also had to admit that the Black Tiger's current strength was indeed far from the White Tiger people's, and it was not so easy to make up for it. Chapter 1024. Boom, another terrifying collision of attacks. The 2 figures retreated. He saw a white tiger standing in the void, its chest rising and falling violently, panting for breath. Most of the fur on its body was tattered, and it was dripping with blood. The Black Tiger on the other side was in a similar state. In this battle, both sides had suffered great losses. Good. Very good. I didn't expect Bun Huang's carelessness to allow you to grow. I should have killed you from the start. Otherwise, there wouldn't be today's trouble. The White Tiger Emperor's eyes were extremely cold. He hated it. He hated that he didn't kill the Black Tiger Emperor from the start. At that time, the other party had already displayed considerable talent and strength. However, he didn't take it seriously and just let it be. The White Tiger Emperor didn't expect this. A small black tiger in the past would grow into a heaven-devouring titanic beast that could threaten him. To this, he was both shocked and hateful. He was shocked because the Black Tiger Emperor's strength was already above his. Even if he was injured, he could still fight to a draw with him. He hated that the other party was blocking his path to unifying the tiger people. Hearing this, the Black Tiger Emperor sneered. There are many things that you didn't expect. Today, you ambushed Ben Huang here. Our races are irreconcilable. In the future, Ben Huang will definitely go to your White Tiger people and demand an explanation from you. After speaking, he didn't bother with the White Tiger Emperor and immediately left. The White Tiger Emperor looked on coldly and didn't stop him. It wasn't that he didn't want to. It was that he couldn't. Even if the other party was injured, he wasn't much weaker than him. He didn't expect that both sides would suffer losses in this battle. According to his plan, the Black Tiger Emperor should be injured and unable to defeat him. In the end, he should be heavily injured or killed. Both sides suffering losses wasn't within his consideration at all. However, the current situation was very clear. This time, I was too impulsive. The killing intent in his heart was still surging. However, the White Tiger Emperor sighed inwardly. Impulsive. He was really impulsive. Either he should have killed the Black Tiger Emperor before he grew, or he shouldn't have attacked at this time. He didn't attack. The two sides had yet to truly shed all pretenses of cordiality. Now that they had made a move, the two races would be on opposing sides. In the future, it would be natural for the Black Tiger people to attack the White Tiger people. If the Black Tiger was weaker than him, the White Tiger Emperor had nothing to fear. But the strength displayed by the Black Tiger Emperor was already stronger than him. If he allowed the Black Tiger Emperor to develop for a period of time, the status of the White Tiger people would be in danger. I still have to think about this matter carefully. The White Tiger Emperor took a deep look at the void where the Black Tiger Emperor had left. In the next instant, he also disappeared into the void. In this battle, just like that, it ended with a strong start but a weak finish. However, in the eyes of the top experts of the various races, this battle had undoubtedly revealed the absolute strength of the Black Tiger Emperor. First, he fought with Ling Huang. Then, he fought against the White Tiger Emperor. Such strength. It was already terrifyingly strong. After all, the White Tiger Emperor was also a famous expert in the world. Although he wasn't as strong as Ling Huang, he was still ranked among the top 3 true immortals. Such an expert. Yet, he could only fight with the injured Black Tiger Emperor until both sides were injured. Thus, one could imagine the latter's strength. Soon, the news about the Black Tiger Emperor was spread out. At the same time, the Black Tiger clan also officially entered the ranks of the top clans. Black Tiger Emperor. Interesting. Qin Shujian raised his eyebrows slightly. Others didn't know the origin of the Black Tiger Emperor, but how could he not know? The moment he saw the Black Tiger Emperor, he could tell that it was the Black Tiger that had carried him for hundreds of years. But the difference was, at that time, the Black Tiger was only a cultivator of the god martial arts realm. Even diviners didn't set foot in it. Now, look at the present. The other party was ranked among the top 3 true immortals. Moreover, with Qin Shujian's experience, he could also see that the Black Tiger Emperor's foundation was not something an ordinary top 3 true immortal could compare to. Although he was a 7th true immortal, he was more or less qualified to fight against an 8th true immortal. Hearing this, Zhu Tian's star map also added, "Isn't that Black Tiger Emperor the little black tiger that once carried the Emperor of Heaven? It's him." After so many years, not only did he not die, but he also broke through to such a realm. He really has great opportunities. Zhu Tian's star map couldn't help but sigh. It was true that he had great opportunities. After all, it was very difficult for a cultivator of the god martial arts realm to grow to the top 3 true immortals. Moreover, at that time, the world had just been born, and it was the beginning of the war between the 10,000 races. It was already very lucky that the other party didn't die, let alone break through the limit and reach his current realm. Qin Shujian smiled slightly. He was able to meet me because of his great opportunities. If it wasn't for his great opportunities, he wouldn't have been qualified to carry me for hundreds of years. Besides, I was the one who created this world. He carried me for hundreds of years, and the world will look at him in a different light. It's natural that he has great opportunities. He wasn't an ordinary person. To a certain extent, He was the ruler of the world. If the living beings in the world could be the ruler of the world, then the world would naturally bestow blessings. In Qin Shujian's opinion, the reason why the Black Tiger Emperor could grow to such a level was because the other party had carried him for hundreds of years. Otherwise, even if that Black Tiger had great opportunities, it would be impossible for it to grow to the extent of fighting with Ling Huang. After all, Ling Huang was the first living being in the world. His foundation was so deep that other living beings couldn't compare to him. Even the first living being of the various races could only barely reach Ling Huang's level. To put it bluntly, right now, the strongest person in the world was still that Spirit Emperor. Zhu Tian's star map asked, apart from the Emperor of Heaven, is there any possibility of him breaking through to the Dao Fruit Realm in the future? It's hard to say. Qin Shujian shook his head. Breaking through to the Dao Fruit Realm isn't something that can be achieved by relying on opportunities alone. It involves many things. However, he has the opportunity of heaven and earth. In the future, it won't be a problem for him to reach the peak of the 9th Heaven Immortal Realm. Even if it's a half-step Dao Fruit Realm, there's still a glimmer of hope. 9th Heaven Immortal wasn't a problem. Half-step Dao Fruit Realm was also possible. As for the Dao Fruit Realm, to be honest, Qin Shujian didn't think the probability of the other party breaking through was high. In an era, it was already an incredible thing to have 1 or 2 Dao fruits appear. No matter how talented a person was, they wouldn't dare to say that they had a 100% chance of successfully breaking through. Having a 1% chance was already a great probability. Therefore, in Qin Shujian's opinion, the Black Tiger Emperor didn't have much hope of breaking through to the Dao Fruit Realm for the time being unless he grew to the half-step Dao Fruit Realm. It wasn't just him. Even Ling Huang didn't have a high chance of breaking through. And this. The other party had the advantage of being the first living being in the world. Chapter 1025. Let's go. Now that the Black Tiger's aura is flourishing, I believe that it will become much stronger in the future. It's just right to borrow their faith to nurture Zhu Bing. Qin Shujian didn't stop walking. He turned around and walked towards the Black Tiger. With his strength. In fact, with just a thought, he could appear in any corner of the world. However, Qin Shujian didn't do that. It was very simple. Because there was no need to do so. He had a lot of time. In the time formation, a year in the outside world was 200,000 years in the inner world. Even an ordinary heavenly being wouldn't need 200,000 years to travel across the world. So, Qin Shujian had plenty of time to do things slowly. Traveling the world on foot and witnessing the myriad races was one of his few pleasures. The higher the cultivation level. In fact, the less pleasures one could have. Many things were like floating clouds to the Dao fruit. What he truly pursued had already become single. Qin Shujian didn't reject this kind of change, but he didn't want to continue living such a boring life. Traveling the inner world was obviously a way to alleviate the boredom. Black Tiger. The Black Tiger Emperor returned. Many true immortals were already waiting there. My Emperor. Pass down the order of Ben Huang. The clan is on alert to prevent other clans from invading. In addition, all the clansmen outside are to return. From now on, the clan will be closed for 3,000 years. The Black Tiger Emperor's expression was indifferent as he directly ordered. Closed the clan for 3,000 years. Hearing this, the expressions of many Black Tiger true immortals changed. My Emperor, if we close the clan now, we will have to give up many of our resources outside. This is not conducive to our future development. My Emperor, please reconsider. They all tried to persuade him. To this, the Black Tiger Emperor's gaze fell on the black abyss. What do you think? Since the Emperor has made a decision, I will naturally support it. All right, then go and do it. The Black Tiger Emperor waved his hand and then disappeared in front of everyone. In the main hall, he had already appeared there. There were many reasons for announcing the closure of the clan, but there were only 2 real reasons. First, it was just that the Black Tiger's overall strength was not strong. Although he had broken through to the upper 3 true immortal realms, the strength of the Black Tiger clan was still not comparable to that of the top clans. One Eldar could produce more than 200 true immortals. Then he looked at the Black Tiger. At the very most, there were only a dozen or so true immortals. There was no way to make up for the difference in numbers. Not to mention Eldar. Even the White Tiger people had over 100 true immortals. Second, it was just that the Black Tiger's current situation wasn't too good. First, they had offended Eldar. Then, the White Tiger people were eyeing them covetously from the sidelines. At this moment, Black Tiger could only retreat at the last moment to protect himself. Besides, the Black Tiger Emperor believed that he had already broken through to the upper 3 stages of the true immortal realm. All he needed was some time. He could give up all the resources he had now. Once their strength increased, would they still need to worry about the lack of resources? Therefore, closing the clan for 3,000 years was to give the Black Tiger a buffer. 3,000 years. Combined with the Black Tiger's current foundation, it was enough to nurture many true immortals. Fate exists in the world. Now that I've broken through to the upper 3 stages of the true immortal realm, I've obtained even more fate for the Black Tiger. With the blessing of this fate, our clan's true immortals will definitely be endless. As long as we have enough things to do, all problems will no longer be a problem. The Black Tiger Emperor raised his head. The White Tiger was in charge of killing, while the Black Tiger was in charge of fate. The White Tiger Emperor could see through the killing power of heaven and earth, but he could see through the changes in the fate of heaven and earth. Now, in the Black Tiger Emperor's eyes, the fate of heaven and earth was gathering. If the Black Tiger's original fate was like a stream, then after his breakthrough, his fate had evolved into a river. The water of a stream is still too shallow. How can it compare to the depth of a river? The Black Tiger Emperor smiled slightly, then closed his eyes to recuperate from his injuries. First, he lost some essence blood in the battle with Ling Huang. Then, he fought with the White Tiger Emperor. Both sides suffered heavy losses. But now, he didn't have time to recuperate, and his injuries had worsened quite a bit. So, the Black Tiger Emperor didn't dare to delay for too long. On the other side, when he gave the order, the Black Tiger's true immortals prepared to carry it out. The Black Abyss said in a low voice, "My Emperor told us to give up on our current resources and seclude ourselves for 3,000 years, but there are some places where we don't have to give up on all of them." Lord the Black Abyss, what do you mean? For example, mines and other things. If we can move them all into the clan. If we can't move them, then we'll mine them with all our might. We definitely won't leave anything for the other clans. Drain the pond to catch all the fish. Since the Black Tiger Emperor was going to seclude himself from the clan, then there was no need for the original resources to flow slowly like before. Take them all in one go. As for the negative consequences, it had nothing to do with them. Hearing this, the other true immortals all nodded. If it were any other time, draining the pond to catch all the fish was naturally not a good thing. But now that the clan had been secluded for 3,000 years, this was the most appropriate method. 3,000 years later, perhaps the world would undergo another change. When the news of the Black Tiger Emperor's seclusion spread, many clans were stunned. In their opinion, the Black Tiger Emperor was in the limelight now. He should be expanding his forces without restraint. But in the end, the Black Tiger Emperor announced his seclusion. This was undoubtedly unexpected. To this, there were also some experts who nodded in approval. Retreating bravely. Not everyone could do this. Don't be fooled by the fact that the Black Tiger Emperor seemed to be in the limelight now. In fact, he was surrounded by danger. If he wasn't careful, he could fall into a bottomless abyss. Under such circumstances, the Black Tiger Emperor's seclusion was undoubtedly an appropriate method. Seclusion for 3,000 years. After receiving the news, the White Tiger Emperor's eyes turned cold. He didn't expect the Black Tiger Emperor's seclusion at all. He originally thought that the Black Tiger Emperor would take advantage of this momentum to swallow up the other tiger people and further strengthen his own forces. At that time, the White Tiger people would be able to use this as an excuse to deal with the Black Tiger Emperor. But he didn't expect Not only did the Black Tiger Emperor not do this, but he also chose to seclude himself at this time. Even if I give you 3,000 years, so what? Do you really think that 3,000 years can make the Black Tiger Emperor's strength increase greatly? The White Tiger Emperor's heart turned cold. Then he shouted loudly, "Men!" As soon as he finished speaking, White Tiger people's true immortals immediately entered. "My Emperor, what orders do you have?" "Pass down Ben Huang's order. My clan will immediately take over all the Black Tiger Emperor's resources. Since they're secluding themselves and not coming out, it's a waste to keep the existing resources. You might as well give them all to my clan for use," the White Tiger Emperor said in a low voice. A large clan had a lot of resources. Since the Black Tiger Emperor didn't want them, then the White Tiger people would take over all of them. This way, the White Tiger people's strength would also increase a little. Chapter 1026. Seclusion. When Qin Shujian arrived at the Black Tiger's territory, he couldn't help but be stunned. It took him a few years to reach the Black Tiger's territory. But what he didn't expect was that the Black Tiger had announced a few years ago that he would seclude himself from the world. At this moment, there was a layer of black mist covering the Black Tiger's territory. If one looked carefully, one could clearly hear the roars of ferocious beasts coming from it, which made one's soul tremble uncontrollably. Formation technique. No, it's not as simple as an ordinary formation. This formation is connected to the Black Tiger's own luck, and it's set up with the power of the earth veins. Even if a true immortal wants to break it, it won't be an easy task. With Qin Shujian's vision, it wasn't a problem for him to see the clues of the formation. There were many ways to set up a formation. Among them, the formation set up with the power of the earth veins was not easy to move, but it was also extremely powerful. Not to mention, for this reason, the Black Tiger also connected the luck of the clan. In this way, the power of the formation would be even more powerful. To be honest, Qin Shujian didn't expect that such a powerful formation master would appear in the world so soon. After all, the mystery of the formation could only be evolved through the accumulation of generations of experts. Now, the Black Tiger obviously had an extremely powerful formation master who could set up a formation with the power of the earth veins and contend against a true immortal. Such a formation. It was considered powerful in the Saint realm. The Black Tiger has done a good job of secluding himself from the world at this time. He has made a name for himself and now he's keeping a low profile. With this formation protecting him, the other hostile forces won't attack rashly. It won't be too late for the Black Tiger to come out when the tribulation of heaven and earth arises. Zhu Tian's star map's tone was full of praise. The Black Tiger's method. It had to be said that it was very appropriate. After a pause, Zhu Tian's star map sounded a little amused. To be honest, if this formation had a top-notch treasure as the eye of the formation, perhaps even a ninth heaven celestial wouldn't be able to break it. Well said. Qin Shujian smiled. Shortly after, he took a step forward, treating the great array before him as if it was nothing. He easily entered it. An array formation that could intercept 3 perfected immortals did not mean that it could intercept Dao fruit experts. In fact, a Dao fruit level existence was not something that ordinary array formations could intercept at all. Unless only someone who could set up an extremely powerful formation like Zhu Tian's Grand Celestial Formation and use a powerful treasure to suppress the eye of the formation could pose a threat to the Dao fruit. Inside the Black Tiger. Ever since the announcement of the seclusion of the clan for 3,000 years, 99% of the Black Tigers who were traveling outside returned to the clan. Only a very small number of Black Tigers did not return. In the mountain range, a large number of Black Tigers resided here. Some experts inhaled and exhaled the spirit energy of heaven and earth. Part of the overflowing spirit energy was captured by other weaker Black Tigers to nourish themselves. In the sky above the mountain peak, a Black Tiger stood on it, inhaling and exhaling like a whale swallowing the sea. A huge amount of spirit energy of heaven and earth surged in from all directions, tightly wrapping around its body. Then, A long river of laws surged. Countless daoist rhymes of laws flickered, causing one's mind to be immersed in it uncontrollably. All of a sudden, a man in green robes appeared on the mountain peak at some point. The black tiger, who was cultivating, sensed something and stopped breathing. The spirit energy of heaven and earth wrapped around its body instantly went out of control, emitting a strong explosion. Boom! Spirit energy exploded like a tide. But when it reached the man in green robes, the violent spirit energy was like a gentle breeze, not causing any major fluctuations. Emperor Heaven. The Black Tiger Emperor looked at the person in front of him, stunned for a moment. Towards this person. How could he not recognize him? Even after so many tens of thousands of years, the memory of that scene had not been sealed. The moment he saw Qin Shujian, the Black Tiger Emperor recognized him. Instantly, the Black Tiger Emperor bowed down, without the slightest majesty that an emperor should have. It was as if he had returned to the time when he was still a small black tiger in the god-martial realm. At that time, Qin Shujian was a supreme expert in his eyes. Even now, it was still the same. Even if he had broken through to the upper three true immortal realm, when he looked at Qin Shujian, the other party was like a mortal, without the slightest bit of aura. However, how could a person with such means be an ordinary person? Such a situation could only mean that the other party was much stronger than him. No need for formalities, Qin Shujian said indifferently. Thank you, Emperor Heaven. The Black Tiger Emperor straightened up and looked at Qin Shujian with a cautious expression. May I ask, Emperor Heaven, what orders do you have for my black tiger? You're smart. Qin Shujian shook his head and laughed. Then, he took out a bow and arrow that he had condensed long ago. I hope that this divine weapon can be worshipped by all the black tigers day and night. If the black tiger is in danger of extermination, this bow will protect your black tiger 3 times. In addition, I have hidden a secret method in the bow. If anyone has the opportunity, they will be able to comprehend the secret method from it. It won't be a problem for them to advance to true immortal in the future. The same words. The same way. The difference was that this bow and arrow was not made of stone. Protect the black tiger 3 times. The Black Tiger Emperor looked at the bow and arrow with a burning gaze. Without a doubt, this promise had truly moved him. If it was an ordinary person who spoke, the Black Tiger Emperor would only scoff and not believe it at all. But since it came from Qin Shujian, he had no doubts. There was no need to doubt. Because the other party was the Emperor of Heaven. The reason why he was able to have his current status was inseparable from the other party. Until now, the Black Tiger Emperor only thought that the Emperor of Heaven was a name and not an honorific. This disciple will definitely obey the orders of the Emperor of Heaven. Very good. Qin Shujian nodded in satisfaction. He was very satisfied with the Black Tiger Emperor's attitude. Moreover, from the changes in the other party's state of mind, he could sense that every word the other party said could be considered to be sincere. Then, Qin Shujian said again, the black tiger is too big. It's impossible for all the black tigers to worship a bow and arrow, so you can find some excellent materials and forge it in the shape of this bow and arrow. When the time comes, the stone statues will be placed everywhere for the other black tiger to worship. This disciple understands. I came to the black tiger this time for a total of 2 things. The first is the bow and arrow, and the second is for you. For me. The Black Tiger Emperor was stunned. Qin Shujian's words caught him off guard, but he quickly became excited. Obviously, this might be accompanied by a great opportunity. So, after Qin Shujian finished speaking, he bowed down again. Emperor of Heaven, please speak clearly. Chapter 1027. Originally, not many people knew about this. When the calamity comes, they will naturally know. However, at that time, the success rate of passing the calamity will be greatly reduced. I saw that you carried me for a period of time, so I told you. Qin Shujian placed his hands behind his back, looking like an otherworldly expert. The Black Tiger Emperor did not care about his posture. Instead, All of his attention was focused on the other party's words. The calamity was coming. When Qin Shujian finished speaking, the Black Tiger Emperor immediately asked, "Is the Emperor of Heaven talking about the great calamity of heaven and earth?" In his opinion, there was only one calamity that was about to arrive, and that was the great calamity of heaven and earth. Hearing this, Qin Shujian shook his head. The great calamity of heaven and earth is the calamity of all races. It has nothing to do with the calamity I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations that all true immortals have to face. 3 calamities and 6 tribulations. The Black Tiger Emperor was stunned on the spot. He didn't even notice when Qin Shujian left. Until now, he didn't even feel the limit of his lifespan. Regarding this, the Black Tiger Emperor only thought that a true immortal's lifespan was long and not something a mere 100,000 years could compare to. However, it wasn't until Qin Shujian said the words of the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations that he suddenly understood. It turned out that it wasn't that a true immortal's lifespan was endless, but that every 129,600 years, there would be 3 calamities and 6 tribulations in the world. After passing it, he would be able to live for another 129,600 years. If he couldn't pass it, he would completely turn into ashes. Moreover, when the time came, the calamity would come quietly, not allowing cultivators to notice it at all. This was also the reason why he didn't feel the calamity coming from the beginning to the end. 3 calamities and 6 tribulations. This matter is very important. There definitely won't be any problems. The Black Tiger Emperor's eyes flickered. He had never experienced this calamity before, so he didn't understand how powerful it was. However, from Qin Shujian's words, he could guess 1 or 2 things. Originally, the Black Tiger Emperor only planned to let the clan close for 3,000 years to give himself a buffer time. But now, it seemed that 3,000 years was not enough. At this moment, he already had an idea. Rather than secluding the clan for 3,000 years, it would be better to seclude the clan until he successfully transcended the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations. After the Black Tiger left, Qin Shujian went to another race. The inner world was vast and boundless. Strictly speaking, it was much vaster than the great wide world. Furthermore, due to the fact that the world had just been born, the number of races it had was simply incomparable to that of the Great Thousand World. In today's world, only then could the myriad races truly live up to its name. Even if 100 races were exterminated, it did not reduce the number of the 10,000 races by much. At this moment, Qin Shujian stopped in his tracks. He raised his head to look at the sky. The murderous energy surging in the sky suddenly stagnated from its original liveliness. Strange. The killing of heaven and earth should have been active, but now it has become like this. The arrival of the great tribulation of heaven and earth has been delayed. Great tribulation of heaven and earth. Usually, it was very difficult to postpone. When the killing power descended, all the experts would be blinded. Then, it would set off a war between the 10,000 races. A scene like this was undoubtedly a very strange thing. Immediately after, Qin Shujian pinched his fingers and silently calculated. After a long while, his expression became strange. Good fellow, the great tribulation of heaven and earth was delayed because of the 3 calamities and 5 tribulations, this point. Qin Shujian did not expect it at all. There were not many people who reminded him of the 3 calamities and 5 tribulations. One was Feng, one was Zhenmu, and the other was the Black Tiger Emperor. After all, there were only 3 experts in the world who had some relationship with him. However, not long ago, on the side of the human race, the human emperor had spread the news of the 3 calamities and 5 tribulations, so that all the true immortals of the human race would be prepared, so that they would not die in the great tribulation without any warning. There was nothing wrong with such an approach. As the human emperor, it was normal for him to be concerned about the human race. However, as the news spread, it would naturally leak out. Some true immortals of the human race accidentally let it slip. Then, the news of the 3 calamities and 5 tribulations completely spread. At this point, the true immortals of the 10,000 races in the world all understood that the lifespan of a true immortal was not infinite. Every 129,600 years, the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations would descend. For ordinary true immortals, there was still a long way to go before they broke through to the true immortal realm in 129,600 years. However, for the first batch of living beings, the Great Tribulation in 129,600 years was already imminent. Therefore, in order to deal with the Great Tribulation, so the experts did not dare to rashly start a conflict now, in case they were injured in a battle. In the end, when the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations arrived, they would then die under the Great Tribulation. With such scruples, the 10,000 races that should have started a war all calmed down. Even the storm of Eldar destroying the 100 races was weakened a lot because of the news of the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations. After understanding the reason for the delay of the Great Tribulation of heaven and earth, Qin Shujian did not know whether to laugh or cry. However, this is also good. The Great Tribulation of heaven and earth is delayed, giving them time to transcend the tribulation. If they can transcend the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations, with their talent, it is not impossible for them to advance to the 9th heaven immortal in the future. After all, no matter what, they are the first batch of living beings born in the world. Their innate talent is not something that other living beings can compare to. First, at any time, it had a very important meaning. The first batch of living beings born in the world could be considered the most talented ones in the world. It would be extremely difficult for the living beings that were born after them to grow to a level comparable to them through hard work. In the current world, only the Black Tiger Emperor could be considered to have grown to such a level. The purpose of the Great Tribulation of heaven and earth was to use the method of raising GU to produce top experts. Similarly, now that the Great Tribulation of heaven and earth was delayed, it was also to give those top experts sufficient preparation. Regarding this, Qin Shujian was also happy to see this happen. After all, the more experts there were in the world, the stronger the laws of the world would be. As the ruler of the world, there was naturally no need to mention the benefits he would receive. As he walked in the world, he could feel his strength slowly increasing at every moment. However, the speed of this increase was very slow. Every once in a while, he would move a little with difficulty. It almost did not change his strength much. However, for a trace of the Tao fruit, when placed on a perfected immortal, it was as terrifying as crossing an entire realm. From this, it could be seen that, after opening up the inner world, it would be very beneficial to the growth of a cultivator. With the current growth trend, in another 8 million years or 10 million years, my strength will definitely increase more than twofold on the original foundation. At that time, looking at the universe for several eras, how many people will be my match? You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.